Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom to love, live, and be. We are Truth Uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Muslim nation. For these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love, the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking Joe, and so far the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. One with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the soul of a warrior, I will. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 yo, hey yo, hey yo. I rule my dominion. I'm part Asian, Indian, Dominican, back to Hindu, Dravidian, so Mexicano, loco, man. Yes. Egyptian fits my description. Yes. I'm training hard for the mission. Yes. I'm a country boy from the south, and mama said knock you out. I'm in the ring like the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. One with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the soul of a warrior, I will. If you're down for one love and one people, let me hear you say, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 hey. One finger in the air, hey yo, hey yo.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is, let me get some stuff up here. Tonight is June 22nd. We're back. We were off last week, so I hope all is well with everyone. Let me, hold on a second, y'all. Let me turn on, child. Turn on this recorder because I'll be the main one with an attitude. So welcome back. We are on the 18th. Is this the 18th? Yeah, the 18th episode of this series, Universal Language Codes and Symbols. If this is your first time joining us, welcome, first of all. And just to give you a little background on the purpose of this series, it was several folds. Number one, to kind of introduce, if folks have not been familiar with the concepts of metaphysics and some of the stuff that folks have talked about in spirituality. You hear all of this talk about New Age, 5D, etc. So the purpose of this series is not only to get people familiar with those things, but also to really break them down, hopefully in a digestible facet and something that you can actually use. Okay. So with that said, before we go in and get started, I want to send a shout out to the YouTube chat family. So shout out to y'all, shout out to Mark, shout out to Brother Sean's in the building, shout out to Sis Alicia, shout out to Divine. Shout out to Know Thyself. I love that screen name. Shout out to Ikea. Then Sis Sandra's in the house. Shout out to Sis Angela. And I think I got everybody. Yep, I have everybody for now. And then shout out to the YouTube family. All right. So let me bring on my co-hostess and host. And we're going to go ahead and get started. I know we probably have a lot because we was out last week. So let me bring on Sis Sandra. Hold on, sis. I'm coming. And actually, you can unmute yourself, but that's okay. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love to you too, Sis Rhonda and family, and Brother Sean. I saw him on there too. Huh?
Yeah, peace and love, beloved. Good to hear your voice, sis.
Thank you. Good to hear yours as well.
Okay, let me bring on Brother Sean. And you have something going on in the background. So
I forgot to turn it off.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, let me bring on Brother Sean. Okay, there he is. Peace and love, Brother Sean. Peace and love, Brother Sean. All right. Okay, well, whenever you're ready to come on, Brother Sean, go ahead on and you can unmute yourself. All right, sis. So, child, before I get started.
Well, that was crazy.
You have any go ahead on with the fuckery, sis?
Well, there's so much going on. It's like, which one am I going to choose?
I know,
but
right?
I think I'm going to try to run it all together. First, we got that Georgia Guidestones, right? Was taken down for a couple of years ago or whatever, and I think it was taken down because they're starting the process, and they are they don't have to tell us anymore that they're trying to eliminate the population. So then that leads to you to who is trying to eliminate the population. And a few years ago, I had this dream.
Sis.
Inquisition.
Oh, okay, there you go. I thought you went out. Okay.
No.
Go ahead.
It was called the Fifth Dragon Inquisition. So I said, what does that mean? And so as time has come on, I've heard in the news from investigative journalists and other news commentators that the United States is one of the biggest users of the system of slavery for minors. And I said, what? The biggest country in the whole world. Get that? I said, oh my God. So when you look at the Inquisition, what that actually means, is they try you, they take what's yours, they arrest you, they kill you, that's what they did. And who did that? The next thing is the Catholic Church. So on the commentaries, they were saying that the Catholic Church is doing all this stuff. Like the Catholic charities, and they're the ones who's bringing in the ones from South America, from Mexico, and all the children in and stuff like that. And there's a common spirit, I think, is the one behind it, the financing, but because they don't want to use their names and stuff like that. So we're really back into an inquisition. And so I said, wow. And they're putting people in jail. There's no due process. They're letting people off for things that should be in jail. They should be in jail for. They're letting people out of prison, and they're going back and killing other people as they get out. And it's just really disarray right now on this planet, because the ones that lead this country is behind all the other stuff that's going on in the world. So I was just looking at that, and I was like, wow, this is really whacked that these people are responsible for what's going down. So we have our own government that's really, really, really compromised. And I saw that it takes $10,000 from somebody, anybody, any entity to buy a senator. That's all it takes. I said, wow. So the United States, or as you call it, snakes.
Uh-oh. Did you drop off, sis? There we go. All right, sis, we can't hear you. I don't know what's up with your audio.
Well, it's probably because of the fact that I'm saying this kind of stuff.
So
okay. And they've been cutting me off all week again, but it wasn't so bad. Maybe I'll take it in the kitchen and see if I can get a better signal. But anyways, just let me. I don't see them cutting me out though, and it doesn't say I'm unstable.
Okay.
But the people that have the authority over this country, I found out, or they're saying that they're using the word treason and and bribery and all this kind of stuff. And I heard this attorney, he's a teacher and stuff, who said that, I don't know if I should mention names, but I can tell you the names. He said that people believe that Trump is Hitler, right? So I said, the guy that was at Walmart said they believe Trump was the Antichrist. And I said, the tree is known by the fruit it bears, right? So that's where the Inquisition comes in. And the Inquisition is where they put people in jail for nothing. They say they did it, and they frame them. They go to their house and they arrest them, and they put them in jail for life sentences for all kinds of stuff. And we're having so many people put in jail, and the ones that need to go to jail, they're letting them out. So the government entities that are in control fit more the idea of what they call the Antichrist, or the what I said, Hitler. Because Hitler did that. And the reason that people can kill you in those kind of situations of Inquisition is, first they change your identity. And that's what the Georgia Guidestones said, they're going to get rid of so many of the populace. So and I was looking at your list of the universal laws, and gender was one of the things on there. That's part of the universal.
That's not the way that you're thinking about it, but that's
no,
okay.
I'm sure.
That's okay.
No, I'm
That's
sure
okay,
it
though.
isn't. I wanted to look it up, but I couldn't find the right link to it.
That's okay.
But gender is on there. So if they change your identity, like they changed us to all these different characters, Black, colored, Negro, African American, then you have no identity. So you're nothing to them, because Black is dead anyway. And if they change you from a boy to a girl, or a girl to a boy, or a woman is not a woman, or a man is not a man, or, and they keep changing, that makes you nobody. This young little girl wants to be a cat. So that's the way that Hitler did in his day, and he changed the children into soldiers, and he used music to do that. So we're right back where we started from, but Trump is not in control of this. He's not in control. And so when I hear people say that Trump is the Hitler, or he's the Antichrist, and I look at what we're doing right now, what our personal country is doing right now, I wonder if our people are really paying attention to who's doing what, or are they still asleep? They're not paying attention. So that was what I'm looking at. I'm looking at all this stuff where they have evidence of China coming into Cuba to do a military base there. And so it was so much to talk about. I didn't know which one to choose.
Yeah, because I mean, you literally brought up like 12,000 things, and so I'm trying to think what and I'm sitting here like, okay, well, first of all, she didn't trigger every type of don't put in the algorithms as possible, but whatever.
Well, I didn't use them.
It don't matter.
I didn't use the titles.
Yeah, it don't matter. You said a couple things a couple times, but it's all good. It is what it is. So what's your final word on go ahead on with the fuckery?
The final word is we're in trouble if we keep letting this continue, because there's a Cuban crisis back in the 60s or 70s, and we're about to do that again, but this time it's going to be China. And they've been down in South America for many years, Russia and China, surveillancing this government here, us, and we don't have a leadership that's going to help us at all. Not at all. Because they part of the problem. And so there's a lot of things going down. In the Senate and House of Reps and all this kind of stuff of censoring, and they got videotapes of conversations.
Okay, sis, come on now, wrap it up. I said, what's your last words? Not 17 other things adding on, because I'm having a hard time keeping up. So that's why I'm coming back wrap it up.
We need to wake up. Our people need to wake up. It shouldn't be on personality that you like somebody, but what the fruits they're putting out for you to see. Because the tree is known for the fruit it bears. That's it.
All right. Okay, Brother Sean, peace and love.
Wholeness and power. How y'all doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. Good.
Good to hear your voice.
Likewise. I'm just enjoying the show.
Okay, you don't have no go ahead on with the fuckery this week.
Well, that's the show I'm talking about, the fuckery.
Yeah, it is. It's lots of it. You can't just put a finger on one until you hit number 2, and then you hit number 3, and it's like a reaction. They distract us. Alicia, I think, was talking about the sub going down. That's a distraction.
Not really.
Well, it's a distraction from what they doing.
Not really. I think that that's a result of what they've been doing. Now,
oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're right about that.
Ain't nobody done the background report on who these people were in the sub, for one. For two, I heard Flairburn mention something about that the government has allegedly and supposedly captured two mermaids. And ever since that happened, that's when you've been having these orcas attacking boats and these sharks just gobbling
Oh yeah,
people
that's
off.
right. That's right. Right. I heard about that too. Yeah.
Because I just went to check on YouTube and I put in mermaids, this, that, or the other. Why did something come up about that sub?
They probably went down there to see. That's what I was
what,
thinking, Brother Sean.
now, what I'm saying is, if I'm putting in mermaids, I'm not even trying to find out about the sub. And one of the things it put up in the recommendation is about the sub. I'm just saying, it's just so much weird shit going on, and we know that they've been fucking with everybody and everything.
And they probably went down there to do that too. I thought about that.
Mama is tired of this shit. The rest of her children are tired of this shit. We ain't the only species that Mama spit out. There's all type of beings here. And these motherfuckers just keep fucking with shit that they ain't got no business fucking with.
Yeah.
Now, from what they was describing, the frame was off of it and another part was off of it. They haven't even found the part where the people are supposed to be in. I'm just saying, there's just so much weird shit going on.
Well, I did hear them say they found a black, a melanated mermaid. She was dead already. They had their picture up too. They said she was already dead. But I really believe what you're saying, because why would they go down like that to see what's on the Titanic? Are you serious?
Pay $250,000.
Yeah, Nisi Poo said she heard that the millionaires that were on the West Face were going. One of them had a company. What did she say? Had its own private exploration company that specializes in exploring the poles or Antarctica.
That too, huh?
So to me, what part of the distraction is them pretending like they gonna do something. You've seen the slap on the wrist that Hunter got. Then
oh, they were billionaires. Yeah, now that's sus to me. Suspect.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, and then they censure Adam Schiff, which is just basically a public reprimand. You've been a bad boy. You lied.
Who the hell is that?
Child, you don't know who he is.
Child, y'all know in my new theme song, I don't be giving a fuck about none of that shit.
Right.
About none of that shit.
Adam Schiff, he one of the main ones that was trying to get Trump on that Russian collusion thing.
Oh,
and it's,
okay.
And it's all been proven false. Hillary campaign paid for the Steele dossier, this, that, or the other. And Adam Schiff, he was pushing it all this way.
I got the evidence. Yeah, that's what he was doing.
And then he even went after Durham the other day, talking about how Trump's son took a call from a Russian diplomat. And Durham had to remind him that he took a call from a Russian diplomat trying to get bad information on Trump. So that's what they allegedly and supposedly censored him about. But All you have to do is watch 2 of their hearings, and you will see where everybody done fucking lied. Ain't none of them motherfuckers for us. Period.
No.
I don't care if it's Democrat, Republican, whatever.
Right. Agreed.
Period.
Right.
And people that think that Fox News is telling the truth because they mainly have a Republican point of view.
Right.
That's
No.
bullshit. That's bullshit too. They owned by BlackRock. BlackRock owned like 15% of them.
Show do.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
all you have to do is look at who owns shit. And that tell you right there where the fuckery is coming in at.
Right.
Thing is, we shouldn't be listening to none of that goddamn bullshit.
None of
We
it.
know the goddamn script. They done already laid the script out. Everything they keep showing you on the news is something that they done showed you the day before or earlier in the goddamn day. They just keep pounding
Keep it
the
on
same
repeat.
shit in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's what people do. People basically regurgitate what they hear from mainstream media. You don't hear people doing their own goddamn research, going to alternative sources, or just basically using common motherfucking sense.
Right.
The Democrats been promising us shit forever.
Years.
All they ever talk about is racism, the Republicans this, the Republicans that, this, that, or the other, while they doing every goddamn thing they can to push motherfuckers in the dark ages.
Right.
The Republicans at least telling you get out and get you a motherfucking job and hustle for your shit.
In their little raggedy defense.
Yeah, they telling you we ain't about to give you shit.
Purr.
Get out there and get it for yourself. But the Democrats telling you, okay, we'll take care of you. We'll give you a couple dollars. We'll give you a couple stamps. But you ain't got no rights.
Right.
No.
You can't say shit. You can't do shit unless we tell you. But it's up to you what you want to do.
Right. Indeed.
Period.
Indeed.
The only way out of this shit is to stop playing the game.
Exactly.
It's their fucking game. We at war. Game time is fucking over. These games and all this bullshit need to be behind us. And when I'm talking about bullshit, I'm talking about debating too. Why is so much energy being put into telling motherfuckers who you are instead of you being who you are? To my understanding, some of these motherfuckers over on that other platform is history teachers or shit like that. So it's in their best interest to stick to that narrative. They're not going to give up their livelihood for you. You're not going to get them motherfuckers to admit nothing. They getting paid well for what they doing.
All that fakeness.
They're here to cause division. Period. And we're letting ourselves be divided from other motherfuckers' talking points that ain't got a goddamn thing to do with us. Even though when they sitting up talking to these motherfuckers, majority of them can point to a relative in their family that's a quote unquote Indian. And then they just skip all the way the fuck over that and get to talking about this African thing.
All the way
what
over.
The fuck? Yeah. What the fuck difference does it make to you what they call themselves? And what is it you have to prove to them? They can't do a motherfucking thing for you. Okay, you convince them that you're Indian. Now what? Just like I thought, nothing.
Well, damn, the little pause.
That's all the pause they need.
I'm like, okay.
They've been doing this shit for years and still ain't got no type of resolution.
Most of them are foreign agents.
Right, but
most of them are foreign agents.
To me, if you want to bring this up and have a debate with somebody, y'all should have been talking to Trump now. Trump said he was willing to talk to anybody and every goddamn body. Where was the Indian community? Oh, y'all was hating him because y'all was still on the Democratic plantation.
Yeah.
The thing is, in commerce and business and war, sometimes you end up with bedfellows you don't necessarily like. But you got to make moves that's going to benefit you. If a motherfucker ain't including you in shit or sitting down with you, having a conversation at your table, you ain't included. We sitting up debating all the wrong motherfuckers. All this shit that's going on. Why ain't motherfuckers jumping on these platforms when they talking all this patriot and American stuff? This, that, and the other. Making it known who the real Americans are. Why all these debates and stuff about to be going on? Why ain't motherfuckers in there bringing up questions like the white folks do? They ain't scared to go to these meetings and speak on what the fuck they want. You want they vote, you got to sit down with them and explain to them what you gonna do for them. We don't ask for none of that shit. We sit up and let them motherfucker tell us what they gonna give us.
Mm-hmm.
And still don't get it. I mean, you want to play the political game. How many of y'all got council seats? How many of y'all on the school board? How many of y'all running for anything local? Mayor, sheriff, any goddamn thing. If you gonna play the political game, don't we need some skin in the game? Somebody that's gonna pull a string or do this or do that? You want motherfuckers who identify as everything but American Indian to represent you. How's that been working out? Oh, it hasn't been, has it? But I digress.
All righty then.
We came out with a lot, didn't we?
I know. With Sis Sandra going over 179 topics, Brother Sean just coming out.
We did.
I know with his I'm trying to talk around the algorithms. Him coming out doing what he did. Well, damn. All right. Okay, so first, let me start off with my little stuff. Over the weekend, I went to see my aunt, and I am so glad I spent that time with her. Shout out to my aunt. She's really, really sick. So I'm saying all this to say it is very, very important for you to spend time with your elders. The time I spent with her, I still learned so much stuff just by sitting with your elders, just having casual conversation. You get a lot of information from them. So, shout out to my cuz. He came down from Dallas. Shout out to my uncle who came over from Georgia. And then shout out to my baby cousin. I got to spend time with her and talk to her. But yeah, fam, it's very important that you spend time with your ancestors, soak up some game. And it was interesting because she was one of the people when I needed some information when I was researching our genealogy. And I'm like, wait a minute, I know I could get the answer for her like this. I'm like, what was great-grandma's maiden name? Gave it to me just like that. And I was able to go back real quick. So I'm just putting that out there, and especially for the millennials and the Zs, really, really get to the elders, okay? So I don't know how many of you have boomers still in your family. Please spend time with them and, get the information that you need to get. Plus, it really, really is. It's a level of respect for sure, okay? So, Some of the time I spent, it was rough because I don't like seeing her in pain like that. But we also had a lot of joy, and it was interesting because when I walked in, 'cause she hadn't seen me in a while since, my hair like really, really grew. And as soon as I walked in, and she was like, "Oh my God, you look just like your grandma." It's just so funny. So, shout out to my aunt. She was a great influence in my life. She was the first one in the family that I actually saw with locks. And that was back up in the 80s when nobody was doing it. Okay. So, she was just had her own swag, had her little locks, had a little earring in her nose. And I was like, I can't wait. I can't wait to get an adult to do that. Show copy too, got my locks and my little earring. I just don't wear my earring now because of my allergies. But, shout out to my aunt. Just such a beautiful soul. So I am so glad I was able to spend that time with her, and I'm gonna definitely, get with her as much as I can while she's here. Plus, she's silly. Everybody in my family, they're silly like me. So we was kiki-ing as well also. So fam, take that time to spend with your elders. It's really, 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 really important. All right. Let's go on. So the next thing I wanted to go over, child. So supposedly and allegedly, I just want to bring this up. This fuck nigga, and I'm talking about Sis Sandra. That's why I can't get in no algorithms, because I'm always MFing and SPing. But shit, he deserve it. So I saw on the internet streets, funk ass, polite, that greasy face looking ugly ass. I got to throw ugly ass bastard in there. Supposedly and allegedly, and some people, and shout out to the people that did the research. Y'all stayed up on it. Y'all knew when his stinking ass was going in and out of that court. Shout out to y'all for keeping up with it. He's supposedly and allegedly is pleading guilty to messing with that baby. Okay. So I just want to say, first of all, fuck you. Okay. And fuck everybody that supported you. Okay. Fuck all of you motherfuckers. Now, I'm not talking about the ones where this information didn't come out. Okay, because when you don't know, you don't know. I understand that. I'm talking about you sick motherfuckers that you know who you are. You know who the fuck you are. And you was dumb enough to get your dumb ass, as the youngins say, on Beyonce and Al Gore's motherfucking internet, repping for this greasy face, ugly ass, degenerate fuck boy. You put your reputation on the line for this fucker. Okay? Damn the baby. Y'all had every type of excuse on supposedly and allegedly what didn't happen, what the baby may have did, what her mama may have did. Just fuck the baby. That she was the last thing on you motherfuckers' mind. So I just want to remind you, go fuck yourself. And don't think for 1 second, iota of a second, you're gonna get away for promoting that pedo fuck boy. You're not going to get away with it. You're going to get that work. So when I said fuck the conscious community, I meant it from the core of my soul. Fuck y'all. You're phony. As long as there's a voice before you that you feel is the man, you don't give a fuck about the children, women, the community, none of that. You more concerned about holding some man's penis than you are about doing the right thing. So this is going to go on record. We know who you are. Ain't no need you running trying to take down no motherfucking videos. None of that. We know exactly who you fuckers are. That was sitting in his corner. And we know why you were doing it. Because you all are low-life degenerates that don't have any other skill but to get your dust ass on this internet and fleece other dumbass people out of their ends. The world is watching. You degenerate ass niggas are embarrassing. I don't want no parts of it. So I'm sending out healing for that baby. That greasy, low-life fuckboy changed that baby's life, her outlook, a part of her life for the rest of her life. I dare that greasy ass motherfucker. And every one of you that uphold these fuckboy behaviors, you're going to keep getting dealt with. And you ain't seen nothing yet, and you're not going to get away with it. You all were not there to support that baby. So, yeah, I'm going to rub it in. Fuck Polite and fuck the conscious community that supported him. So, let me go on. Shit. All right. So with that said, other thing I wanted to bring up, I saw an article with one of my arguing buddies on yeah, we always arguing about something. Brought up this article about robots can now reproduce. Can't make this shit up. So hold on, fam. Let me bring this up. Brother Indian Carter says they say the
word.
Yeah, the P word stick together, and it's a lot of them niggas in that conscious community. Absolutely. Absolutely.
They said this.
I'm sorry,
this
go ahead,
country.
sis.
They say this country is the largest consumer.
That doesn't surprise me. That does not surprise me. And the sick part about it is when folks sit up there and try to justify that type of behavior, I'm not with it. When you automatically take the side of a nigga over a child, I was instantly turned off.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
It's very, very bad.
Because it
scars
that child.
It shows the core sickness in the quote said black community. That's sick as fuck. I'm sorry. That's just sick. So fuck all of y'all. And you got it coming. You got it coming to you if you ain't already getting it. Shit. All right. So let me bring this up about this robot situation. And shout out to my arguing buddy.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
One thing, though. we have to remember that a lot of the so-called conscious community is rappers or people that have been involved in the industry.
You mean reject rappers? But I mean, you know, I'm sorry, but go ahead.
Yeah, and we know everything that go along with that. So just because they move on to a new hustle, don't mean that they MO change.
That's a good point.
Or the type of degenerates that they are. Everybody is out to fuck over everybody because they think that that's the American way. But you're hollering consciousness. You're hollering respect to the ancestors.
Right.
How
fake
great
ass.
they were. And
Yeah, that's fake for sure.
All the things that they've accomplished. But what the fuck have you accomplished? You can keep on and keep on talking about what the ancestors did. Difference between them and the ancestors. The ancestors was in their present moment doing what the fuck they had to do then.
Right.
They wasn't looking back, talking about, oh, what my ancestors did this or did that, so you supposed to respect me. No, the ancestors done shit to make motherfuckers respect them. And if you ain't on that level where you can't give or get respect, then you getting exactly what you deserve. You getting exactly what you signed up for.
Right.
You signed up for fuckery. Your energy and your frequency resides,
and thrives on fuckery.
And fuckery. Right, so that's all you got coming to you.
Right.
Until we stop this bullshit, and as you said, support motherfuckers who doing this fuckery, this, that, or the other. A lot of this shit shouldn't
keep going.
A lot of this shit shouldn't even make it to light. A lot of this shit you should never hear about on the news or the motherfucking internet.
Period. He should have been fucking dealt with. I'm sorry. Right. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Exactly. Shit. The streets should have dealt with that shit. It should have never made it to a police report, and then somebody going on the news talking about this, that, or the other happened, because the hood knows every motherfucking thing that happened in the goddamn hood. Don't fucking play with me. You bitches know about every motherfucking thing that go on in the motherfucking neighborhood. And until you bitches start policing the community the way you supposed to, all this gang banging thug shit, I'm a chief, I'm this, I'm a god, I'm a king. Don't none of that mean a goddamn thing. It's just motherfucking words, because you ain't doing a goddamn thing. A person that's supposed to be in that position of power, or you're that type of high spiritual being, and can't manifest shit.
Right.
All you doing is talking out your ass. Period. In other words, you're farting and shitting all over the goddamn place.
Right.
But I digress.
Yeah, it's
you know,
just real quick, sis Sandra. It's interesting, and Brother Sean, you probably remember this if you don't know about it. With Polite's ugly ass. He had the audacity to come to Ohio.
When?
You finna trip. This was a couple years ago. I would have to ping somebody to find out the exact year. This motherfucker, ugly ass, scamming ass nigga, Brother Sean, came to Ohio, came to Columbus.
What?
Fronting like he was building tiny homes.
Oh, houses.
You dumb motherfucker. One thing about Ohio, each little city is its own little niche.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody know everybody, motherfucker. I can guarantee you that. All you gotta do is pick up the phone. You know such and such so? That sounds familiar. Give me a little bit more information. Oh, they, from da-da-da-da-da originally. They around da-da-da-da-da age. If they don't know, they gonna make some motherfucking phone call. Somebody knows somebody. You dumb motherfucker. So, he out there trespassing on a legitimate construction site like he was finna do some actual work. And it's just so happened, and I'm trying to dance lightly not to give up all the information with the source. Bottom line, we got word because somebody that was actually managing that site saw the video and was like, this nigga around here scamming and lying. Yeah, Brother Sean, he brought his motherfucking funky, stinking, dusty ass to Columbus talking about something he built in tiny homes for the homeless. Was
So
lying his ass off.
I'm surprised he made it out of there.
Well, yeah, because the guy that busted him out didn't want his name tied to it because it was business, if that makes sense. It was business, so he wasn't trying to mess up his business thing. So I don't know if it got back to Polite that his motherfucking greasy, stinking, ugly ass got discovered and, he got out of there and nothing more was said on it. But, I mean, my inbox was blowing up. Like, Rhonda, you see? I'm like, I know this ugly ass, greasy ass nigga ain't out there. Y'all keep fucking around on this internet. Letting these people fleece you. I'm sorry, go ahead, Sis Sandra.
I just read on currently AT&T that a girl and her boyfriend was, is peeing out a young lady, and they got life in prison for that. I don't know if that's the same story. This is not in court yet, right?
What are you talking about? Is what the same story?
A lady and her boyfriend.
Right, but the same story in relations to what?
Polite.
No, I don't know nothing about that. You need to go look up his story on what he specifically did. It's so fucking disgusting. I'm not finna go into details because that shit like that sickens me, and I'll break down crying for the sake of that baby. So I'm not finna repeat what was done, but what you're describing has nothing to do with what he did. That's not that case. So, all right, let's get to the robot stuff. Yeah, Brother Sean, I'm like, oh, child, too bad you ain't about that life. But I'm like, motherfucker, you didn't pick Cleveland. I see that. Or motherfucking Youngstown. Shit.
He wasn't getting out of here with that.
No, you know Cleveland about that life, though.
I know some. I got some peoples down in Columbus that's about that though.
Yeah, true. But the guy that discovered him wasn't about that life. I'm like, shit. Okay. He lucky it wasn't da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And not that I know a lot of, I know some, just people in my little family with their little raggedy selves. But shit. Better stop playing. But yeah, fuck him. So enjoy prison, nigga. All right. So let's go with the robot. And shout out to my arguing buddy. World's first living robots can now reproduce, scientist says. All right. Hold on. I don't know why I can't. So here we go. Oops, let me take this off. Okay, let me go back. All right, fam. So there you go.
They
Shout out.
certainly don't want me to say anything, do they?
Shout out to my arguing buddy Priest for sharing that. So there you have it, fam. That's just their particular program to get this whole artificial
AI.
intelligence. Yep. To get all of that going. And I find it interesting because when we went over that patent, we kind of saw how in that patent they wanted to merge the computer world from the nanotechnology world with consciousness, actually. So I find it interesting just seeing these different pieces of technology coming out. And which is one of the reasons why I'm doing this particular series on metaphysics, and really so we can understand how this particular physical world intertwines with your consciousness. Okay, it's very important that we get these things in order for us to navigate the way we need to navigate, because we've forgotten how to navigate in this physical 3D world, which is a matrix. Okay, it's not real. Okay, it's just something that we chose as souls, pure energy, pure consciousness, to have a physical experience. Okay, we forgot about the real stuff. All right, so true consciousness. Okay, your soul is really who you are, versus these avatars, which are your physical bodies that you are experiencing in this 3D. Okay, so now as the energy in this particular 3D is changing, meaning that it is getting at a higher level. And shout out to Sis Alicia for bringing up the Schumann resonance, which is really the planet self's frequency. Shout out to her for bringing that up. It's rising. Okay, so therefore, naturally, the consciousness of the planet, okay, not for all, okay, because some, they are not able, either two things, not able to handle the higher frequencies, or they don't want to handle the higher frequencies. Okay, they can't hold the frequency. Okay, so what we're witnessing with all of this AI and all of that crap, it's just an alternative for folks to skate around or not hold higher frequencies. Okay, it's not gonna work ultimately, but that's what's going on with the entire AI stuff. Okay, all right, so trying to switch the current matrix dynamic into something a lot more artificial than what is already artificial, okay? Because even this matrix itself, this reality, it's still artificial. It's not the true thing, okay? But we did agree upon this. I know a lot of people don't like to hear that, but yeah, it was agreed upon, okay, at a soul level to have this particular physical experience, all right? And this is not our first physical experience, all right? So I did want to keep you all aware on what was going on with that. Okay. So we actually fencing to get into the lecture. Ooh, child, this is the first time we finna get into it. I know, right? Without it being 9 o'clock. So hold on, fam.
9 o'clock.
Yeah. So now that I didn't cuss folks out and all of that jazz, let's get to the lecture. All right, fam. Okay, so let me go on to this. Now, I know I say that, but I probably wasn't. All right, fam. So this is universal language and codes and symbols. If you haven't seen this series from the beginning, I encourage you to go back to the earlier episodes. In the earlier episodes, we go over basic metaphysics things, okay? So when we talk metaphysics, we're talking the true science of this realm, all right? Okay, so we went over universal laws. You heard Sis Sandra speak on it. These are the true laws that govern this realm, okay? All right, so we talked about
override it.
Well, they can't be in their defense, in their raggedy defense, they raggedy. But I'm gonna tell you something.
They are that.
They don't break universal laws. They don't break them. Most people that don't know true metaphysics information break them. And that's why they struggle. Okay? They know how to do things in order not to break them. That is why whatever they do, they get consent to do it.
Give you choice. They give you choices too. For you.
Contrary to popular belief, they give choices to do it. They give you consent. And it's up to you. All right? So, in their mind, it's not their problem if you believe what they say. Okay? You consented to it.
Right.
So it is what it is. Okay? So they're not breaking these laws. Most of everybody else on the planet is. Okay? This is how the they, quote, quote, the they are able to keep one-upping everyone. Because they understand the true metaphysics of the planet. They understand the sacred science of the planet. They even understand what's really real and what's not. 90% of the planet, folks on the planet, souls on the planet, don't understand. Okay? All right? Because most, and I'll give it 80%, and let's go 70 to be fair. Because 70% are following some type of other spirituality, aka religion, that gives them and this is no offense to anybody, if that's your religion, you do your thing, baby. But it gives them a watered down version of universal laws. Okay? The 10 Commandments itself is a very scaled down, very, very extremely scaled down version of universal laws. Okay? So that's what's going on. All right. Okay. So you could go back to the earlier shows to check out what universal laws are about. And we went over specifics, karma. All right. Now, karma can be good or bad, and you could turn bad, quote, quote, karma. I think they say turn it into dharma. But, nonetheless, the point being, karma is one of the universal laws. Okay. And I know y'all know, everybody pretty much know what karma means, but everybody, not everybody, folks that want to sit up and lie to themselves want to pretend like it doesn't exist when they out doing fuckery. Okay. All right. So we went over karma. We talked about polarity now, and shout out to my nephew, Nuwa. Every time I think about this and we talk about binary codes, I think about him. I can't wait to, and I don't know if we're going to get to it tonight. We go over a little bit more with polarity and duality. Child, get ready. Whew. Get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready. Okay. But anyhow, we went over polarity, how that equates to binary code, the yin and the yang and all of that jazz. We dove into numerology, what it really is, and how to use numerology, okay, and all of that. So this is the most important slide in this presentation. This is going to be one of them, and then there's going to be another one, okay, and we're going to get to that one later on, okay, and y'all know why I say that when we get to it. But this is the number one slide. If you don't remember anything else I say in this presentation, this is the one to get. All right. Well, people are running around here calling themselves gods, this, that, and the third. Hopefully they truly, truly get why they are saying that. I know most don't. All right. It became a catchphrase in the quote, quote, dysfunctional conscious community. And it was about everything but about self. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So we talked a little bit more about numerology, and when you see these things, as it relates to numbers, it is really the universe talking to you, all right? That unknown world that we've forgotten about, talking to you, all right? So when you see like 1111, 22, 33, those are master numbers, all right? And then some of you have heard things like angel numbers when you see 222, 333, et cetera, et cetera. Those are the codes or the true language of the universe speaking to you, okay? Because your consciousness is at a level where you can see those things, and not only see those things, resonate with them, and you can get the particular messaging, all right? Okay, so we talked about flower of life, all right? And what that all means, okay, and how the flower of life is really represented. The flower of life represents the esoteric explanation to the makeup of this 3D physical realm. And we'll get into this a little bit more, okay? All right, so and then, we just kind of broke down how the flower of life itself, you also see that on down to conception, the seeds of life, and all things in this particular realm. Okay. All right. Okay, and then we talked about the practice of Kabbalah, what that really means, etc., etc. Right? We went into sacred geometry. All right. So yeah, you all can go back to the earlier episodes and go through, get some gems off of that stuff. All right. So let's get to, and shout out to Martin Kinney. Okay. So we talked about astro traveling. Talked about the Akashic records. All right. Okay. Spent a little time on that, where the Akashic records is basically a recording of everything that goes on in the realm. Okay. That's why it ain't no, well, I didn't say that, I didn't do that, da 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 da, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. Okay. Universe is always watching. Okay. All right. Talked about Akashic records and how you have the ability, all right, to tap into your own individual Akashic records yourself. Okay. So I don't want you all to think that you need somebody to do these things for you. You can do it yourself. You know you better than anybody. Okay. And I just informed anyone that's in the Christian faith that this is what they meant when you hear folks talk about the Book of Life. They're really talking about the Akashic records. Okay. So in Akashic records, you can get current information. You can get information in the past. And that does mean past lives. And you can even get information in the future. Okay. All right. Okay. So we talked about all of that, right? We went into past lives. It was really, really, really interesting. Okay. So we left off with Soul School. And I really hope you all check out that article that we went over. And this was where we left off the last time we were on the air. Talked about Soul School, and the people that put together that particular article did, I feel, an excellent job explaining how the consciousness on the planet, how it works as far as what level folks are at. All right. Because, you know, where your consciousness is totally an individual journey from that perspective. Okay. And they use the analogy of grades 1 through 12. Okay. And meaning the 12th grade, you are ready to graduate from Earth's experience. All right. So meaning you don't have to incarnate back into this particular experience. All right. You've been there. You've done that. You got the so-and-so t-shirt, as I like to say. Okay. In the article, they also said most people on the planet are at a 4th grade spiritual educational level. That about I was shocked at that, but not shocked at the same time. Okay. Also in the article, what I love, they talked about how Earth is the toughest out of all the realms. This is where you come when you want to learn really, really fast. Okay. Because in other realms, it could take you, they use like 10,000, whatever the number they used as an example, worth of experiences to expand your soul consciousness. Because at the end of the day, what this is really about, it's about your soul conscious. All right. You chose this journey for whatever particular reason. Only you know that. Okay. But that's what it's about. Okay. It's not a punishment. Okay. It's just an experience that your soul chose. Okay. All right. So I highly encourage you to, if you didn't see the episode last time we were on the air, check it out. Y'all know how we roll, so you're going to have to fast forward if you don't want to hear the news, this, that, and the third, until we get into the lecture, and we went in detail over that in that article about Earth Soul School. Okay. All right. This is the next one out the gate, okay? Because so we should have got from last time Earth Soul School. Child, when I read up in that article that past lives, you could have been doing this shit, child, 10,000 times. So meaning incarnating 10,000 times. And I said, well, damn, I'm dumb as hell. I guess I had to keep coming back, experiencing, okay? So if you've been incarnating several times, which most of us have, you're not on this journey just with yourself as a single soul. Okay. So, and I also encouraged you all for homework to go watch the Disney movie Soul, because it pretty much laid all of this out. It showed you the astral plane. It showed the souls that had transitioned on, going back to what they're calling the absolute, or really is the source. Okay. And then making the decision as a soul, as your soul consciousness, okay? Because that's who you truly are, not this avatar. You're truly your soul consciousness. When you go back to the source, you make the determination as a soul what experience you want to experience next. Okay. And they show you that in the movie. Okay. So they showed folks in the astral plane that was just wandering souls. Really, really good movie that really explains esoteric stuff. You know, they put it up in the cartoons real easily. Okay. And so a scene that they had in there was showing where it was souls preparing to come to incarnate to Earth. So they had a little school. Okay. So yeah, I highly encourage you to go watch that Disney cartoon Soul. It'll hit you differently, hopefully, now. All right. So let's get into soul families. Damn it. Now this other computer. Child, I can't. We just had bad weather all week. Let me try to reboot this other computer. So I can't see y'all in the chat. So bear with me. I'm going to have to reboot this computer. Okay. So let's talk about soul families. Okay. So I told y'all this flower of life was going to come back up again. So what are soul families? Soul families are souls that have agreed to experience the physical 3D together. Soul families can travel together across one or multiple timelines/lifetimes. Soul families are a node on the flower of life, which represents the metaphysics of the physical matrix. So I know that's probably like, y'all probably like, Rhonda, what the F are you talking about? So remember, this is the flower of life. Remember, I told you that flower of life represents the esoteric side of the physical realm. Okay. So think about within the flower of life, we could take this bubble right here that I don't know if y'all can see the highlights where I'm moving my cursor. Okay, so let's say within this bubble, it's one soul family or many soul families within just this one flower of life node. Okay, so meaning when we was in earth school, setting up contracts, spiritual contracts, this, that, and the third. Yeah, girl, I'm going to do this time, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I didn't get to complete that last incarnation, so let me go on and put that up in there. Again, da, 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 da. Okay, so what role do we want to play among each other in the soul family? What? Rhonda, what? What the fuck you talking about? Let's give an example. Okay? So we a soul family. We sitting in earth school. And we're doing up our contracts. And we say, okay, so person X, we got history together from past life, okay? So what I need from you is to come back, and if you in agreement with me on this journey to do this, in this contract, you play the role of, we're gonna, I don't know, with the best friends, okay? And it was best friends relationship that, let's say I betrayed you as the best friend because I needed to learn the lesson of discernment and energy, this, that, and the third. Okay. Do you agree to that? Now, this is not to say everybody that you run into that fucks you over is in your soul family. Okay. Once you get stronger and get more in tune with the real, true you're going to know who's in your soul family and who's not. Okay. But I'm just using that as an example that within soul families, we make these agreements in the spiritual realm and specifically at the source before we incarnate on how we will interact with each other. Okay, so I'll pause in case sis or Brother Sean, y'all want to put something on that. If not, I shall continue. I can't see the comments, y'all. I'm trying to reboot this computer. All right.
Well, they were just talking
they're
talking about the dimensional levels they are on in their minds now. I guess with this kind of information, it opened up a lot of doors for people to look back. Because, I saw my past life and I'm like, whoa. And alrighty. So
it's some really tripped out stuff, sis, ain't it?
Yeah, it is.
Woo!
It is, you try to, I couldn't find the end of what happened in that life. That's the ticket. And I was trying to figure out.
Just keep going. You'll get it. Trust.
I know. It'll come. Come. It's coming. It's coming. Because there's always some kind of something that happened for either completion or you didn't complete.
I agree. Agreed.
So I'm looking for that completion because it was a process that we started and it needs that completion. That's probably why I'm back again, because I need to complete it.
Now, good point, sis. Thank you for that. Now, interesting. Now, I don't know how true this is. I'm willing to lean towards it. I heard someone recently say that your life path number So remember when we talked about how to calculate your life path number? And it's real simple. It ain't no mystery. Don't let nobody tell you it's a mystery. All you got to do is take your birthday and add that shit up. So your birth month, your birthday, your birth year, add it up and reduce that down to the lowest number. Okay? That's how many past lives you've had. Okay. And now I heard that concept. I'm a little bit on the fence about it. I'm like, okay, so are those my number of past lives in this particular 3D matrix experience? Exclusively? So I thought that was an interesting concept. All right. Okay. So again, soul families, you work as a collective to honor soul contracts, your / purpose. Within soul families, agreements, contracts are made with each other to experience soulmates. That's a part of it too, because you hear about people running around talking about my soulmate this, my soulmate that. Nothing wrong with that. Beautiful thing. Okay. But that's the reason why you can have more than one soulmate. Okay. And soulmates don't always have to be romantically. Okay. But you can have more than one romantic soulmate. Because I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
I had a teacher that taught that. I don't know what class it was, like philosophy, that you could have different love relationships throughout your time of life. And you can love more than once or have a relationship more than once, even though we say that person is supposed to be our one and only, but it's not. He said, it's just the time that you cross their path.
Right. And specifically, so now we should know why those things happen is because we made contracts, and we're talking true soul families, okay? So that don't mean everybody that you kick it with is a soulmate, okay? But only you know that. Only you know that. That's why it's important to know thyself, okay? But that's the reason you can have more than one soulmate is because you're having multiple experiences. All right. So one soulmate is for this specific purpose. Another is for that specific purpose. And that is why we're supposed to be learning lessons. And the way we set this thing up, yes, we did set this thing up. When we don't learn the lesson, we keep repeating it. Okay? All right. So that's the thing on soulmates. Okay, so within soul families, okay, so remember in soul families, let's just back up because I want us to understand what soul families are. Okay? Soul families are a group of souls that have made agreements to travel together across one or multiple timelines / lifetime. The soul, no pun intended, of soul families are to help honor each other's soul contracts and purpose. All right. So within soul families, you can have, friends. You can have lovers. You can have even family members. All right. In this 3D realm. Okay. But as a soul group, we're trying to help each other honor each other's contract / purpose. So in other words, We're playing roles with each other. Okay.
Yeah, we are.
So even within soul families, when we talk about soul mates, that's why you can have more than one soulmate. Okay, because that soulmate you're going to get this lesson out of, that soulmate you're going to get that lesson out of. Okay. Now, if you just not getting it, okay, whatever you needed to learn, what particular lesson you needed to learn, you may, how the universe works, you may keep experiencing the same issue with different people that aren't particularly your soulmate. Okay, so you do have that aspect as well. Okay, now within soul families, there exists twin flames. Twin flames are the only thing that are unique. All right, you only have one twin flame. Okay. And twin flames experiences really are very, very similar experiences. Now, the difference with the soul families are, we come together when we in school, whatever the case may be, when we're in the, if you want to call it the absolute, you call it the source. And we like, okay, yeah, you cool peeps. Yep, you cool peeps. Okay, well, you want to link up with us? Yeah, come on, let's link up and do this particular incarnation. Okay, what role you're going to play?
Oh, I know.
Here's the difference between soul families and twin flames. Twin flames are like mirrors of each other. And twin flames have always been together. So twin flames aren't gonna, just to simply put it, twin flames have always been together. Versus soulmates, we could have many. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
It's like the Jewish Bereshit. I think that's how you pronounce it, where people are twin flames. And, they're in the absolute encased together. And one may come before the other.
Very good, sis. Keep going. Very good.
And then they meet up again. And that's when you have that recognition that I know you. I don't know why, but I know you. But they were separated. And that's your Bereshit, they call it. And that's what you call a soulmate too. So that's all I know. I'm not that versed in it.
You hit it, because I thought that was interesting that you said that they were in the case together or something like that.
In the absolute together.
Yeah, that's why, because they've always been together since
time immortal.
Time immortal, exactly. That's a perfect explanation of twin flames, okay? And you're right. Twin flames can split, and one can incarnate before the other, or they can incarnate at the same time, or one can stay in the absolute side or the source side while the other incarnates.
Exactly.
But the point being, they have always been together since time immemorial. Okay.
Also, twin flames can exist simultaneously and still not be with each other.
That is correct.
And still have soulmates and other people.
That is correct.
That's true.
This trip around, they didn't plan on being together.
Exactly.
Because everybody having their own experience.
Perfect. That is correct, Brother Sean. That is correct. Because the twin flames make an agreement with each other during incarnation. All right, now, okay, we going here together at the same time? Oh, no, we not. Okay, you going first. Okay. Oh, you not coming this time at all? Okay. All right. So if we in this realm together, are we linking up or not? So you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct, Brother Sean. Okay. All right. So I just said within soul families, there exist twin flames. You can only have one twin flame because twin flame experiences are the same. Twin flames have been together always. That's why they are one. Okay. So there's a lot of other information on twin flames. I encourage you all. It's kind of a little bit sketchy, but if you want the information, just go within and start researching it, and what resonates with you, resonate with you. I just found it really extremely interesting. Okay. But I did want us to understand what soul families truly are, who makes up the soul families, what's the purpose of the soul families, and how the difference between soulmates and twin flames. Okay. Didn't want to put that out there for the fam. Okay. All right, Brother Sean, this is you. Damn it, I've been trying to get back on this computer. All right. So we also talk about, I know Brother Sean has been bringing this up a lot over the past year, maybe even 2 years, talking about shadow work. What is shadow work? Shadow work, spiritually speaking, is the process of looking at and integrating your perceived dark side, the part of yourself that you or others reject or see as bad. Okay. Now, we finna start getting into some trippy stuff. Get ready. Some of this stuff, you're going to be like, oh my God. I need a break. That can't be, etc., etc. Okay. When we're talking about shadow work, etc., etc., what I always want you all to remember, and from this point forward in this series, I want us to start thinking of this in the context of your 3D self and the true you. You're at the soul level. So when folks talk about this authentic self, your true authentic self is at your soul level, not at the false self, which is the physical self. Okay. So really, when you're doing shadow work, you really should be keeping in mind, how is this really helping me remember and utilize more of the true me, my true authentic self, my true soul. That's why I say soul consciousness, because the true you is the consciousness, which is your soul. That's the true you. Okay. So when we're thinking of stuff in terms of good or bad, light or dark, that's polarity and duality. Okay, we'll get into that a little bit more. I'm not going to confuse it. It'll make sense in a minute. Okay, maybe a couple slides down. Don't quote me on that. Maybe I'll give a couple more slides. All right. The purpose of shadow work is to attain the ability to, to accept and love one's self unconditionally, which can lead to peace and happiness in one's life and relationship. Okay. So when we start talking about stuff like unconditional and all of that jazz. We're really talking about at your soul level. All right? Because what has happened is that you've forgotten who you truly are. You're so tethered to this 3D reality and the physical body that you've forgotten the true you, your true conscious or your true soul consciousness. That's the true you. Okay? So when you're doing that shadow work, you should be keeping in the forefront that you're doing this for the purpose of coming back to self. Right? To love yourself unconditionally. And if there's something that you're uncomfortable with, then you change it. You change it at the soul level, not at the ego. We're going to get into what ego truly is. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
And I would say it's not at the physical either. Because
am I displaying y'all? Hopefully y'all ain't seeing no black screen.
No, I'll see somebody in the shadow.
Okay, good. This damn computer. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. Sorry, I didn't mean to break your train of thought.
I think that people don't understand love making is not soul contact. You know, because when people make love with their physical, they're not making love with their soul.
Well, it should be. I would challenge you on that.
I mean, they should be, but I mean, they usually are not.
Okay, all right. I'm in agreement with you on that.
In this vernacular, how they say love making, we're making love. That sometimes, maybe, most times not.
Right.
Because this existence here has taught us what love making is not supposed to be like. It's not what they have taught. But you get so many I love yous, but that's not really what love is, supposedly. But because we live in this physical world, we concentrate on the physical self as showing love. But it's a soul connection.
Absolutely.
Just like they're saying here. And once those two souls meet up, it's no question.
Exactly.
Hey, sir.
Yes, sir.
There's actually being in tune to the same frequency. It's a way of being. It's not just something that you feel or do.
No, it isn't.
Agreed.
It's an actual way of being. And as far as for the making love thing, people use sex for all the wrong things.
Yeah,
right.
That is a powerful energy.
Yeah, it is.
Instead of people just looking to relieve themselves, you can actually manifest things through that. There's intention setting before that, just like with any sacred medicine.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I look at everything that's going on with that divine womb, that yoni. That's all sacred medicine to me.
True, absolutely.
It's supposed to be.
It's supposed to be. Agreed.
So, I mean, anybody else that ain't on that level, they get what they get. The STDs.
Well, damn.
Else.
Yeah.
But it's a matter of what you're using that energy for.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, you're supposed to recirculate that energy. I mean, between you and your significant other, those are supposed to be energy exchanges between you and that individual.
Right.
But you got so many people that while they're in the midst of so-called love making, they thinking about other people.
Child.
You know, you sitting up, instead of connecting with your so-called significant other, and your thoughts and actions are on one accord, he may be sitting up thinking about some other chick he just saw earlier walking past. She may be thinking about an ex, this, that, or the other, or a celebrity they saw on TV, this, that, or the other. It's a matter of where your thoughts are at with that. If your thoughts create your reality, and you're allegedly and supposedly in love with this person, but every time you quote unquote making love to this person and you're bussing and you sitting up thinking about somebody else, what is that bringing into your reality?
Oop.
It ain't the person you claim to love, because all your energy and everything is focused on somebody else. But I digress.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. That's a great point. Both of you all's points, and Sis Sandra, you hit it out the park. Yeah, so now that's on y'all. I ain't trying to tell people what to do. That's your business, all right? How you want to move and navigate this is your experience. You do you, go for you, okay? But there is such a thing as being connected at the soul level, all right? But you do you, okay? All right. So shadow work involves exploring one's inner darkness or shadow self, which contains everything one feels ashamed of thinking and feeling, as well as every impulse, repressed idea, desire, fear, and perversion that has been consciously or unconsciously locked away. All right. So that's shadow work. I just want to reaffirm that the main purpose of shadow work is for you to get back to and understand, because you have forgotten your authentic self. Your authentic self is your soul consciousness. All right. That's why when I've been recently saying take soul inventory, that is what I'm talking about. Not just with shadow work, but with whatever you do. Because when we get into this ego stuff, because I was just blown away recently about what the ego stuff really is about, I said, God damn. Let me go here and put these slides together. Ting, 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 ting. Yeah. Okay. Everything that you do in this physical, as you have evolved as a soul, everything that you do in this physical experience, you should be taking inventory at who you truly are, the soul level, your soul consciousness, to see, am I honoring me? Is this some ego shit? Or am I honoring me? Okay. All right. So just real quick, get out of this. I'm gonna see what these other articles are about, child, because I did that so long ago. I be forgetting, y'all. I be forgetting the little articles. So let me see what article I want to go over real quick. Let me see. I think I'll give y'all more on the shadow work. Okay, yep. Let's go over this one. So hold on, fam. Let me bring it back up. Okay. Just real quick. All right. So, I thought this was interesting, Brother Sean. They had shadow work under medical news today. I was shocked.
They starting to admit stuff.
Yeah.
They can't fully tap into it, but they listening and catching on to key phrases and improvising, so to speak.
Yeah, I was surprised to find this in medical news today. What is shadow work? What to know? Shadow work is a type of psychotherapy that focuses on the shadow self, which is parts of the psyche that people often keep hidden, such as trauma and resentment. The psychoanalyst Carl Jung first developed the concept. Jung used the term shadow self to describe the things that people repress or do not like to acknowledge. He theorized that it is a counterweight to the persona, which is the self that people present to others. Okay, now I'm going to tell you something. He theorized that it is the counterweight to the persona. That persona is ego, but we'll get into ego. But let me continue. Although the shadow self can include negative impulses, such as anger and resentment, Jung believed that it also held the potential for positive impulses, such as creativity. He felt that the shadow self is integral to a person's experience of the world and their relationships. He also thought that a person could gain a better understanding of themselves and become more balanced by working with their shadow self. Okay, so, all right, let me see. According to Jung, a personality includes the persona, which is the personality that people show to the public, and the shadow self, which remains private or hidden. Unlike the persona, the shadow self includes traits that a person does not like to show. Okay, now I'm going to tell you, we're going to get it, and I may just have to jump to ego, child. We just may have to get into ego tonight, and I'll backtrack the other slides. Because what he's talking about here, this persona, that's ego. That's ego. And yes, we all have it.
Have them. Carl Jung, he was a psychiatrist years back in the day.
Back in the day. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they say that if you do not do the shadow work, then you stay in that stage of development.
Absolutely.
And you can't move on.
Right.
And that's probably why the soul can't move on and keeps recycling and recycling and recycling, because you have to face the shadows before you can develop.
Right. Very, very good point, sis, because remember when we went over the levels of the soul school on earth, that article last time, a couple weeks ago. That's why they said, 90% of the planet is stuck at the 4th grade level. Okay. But what we're saying is that what I'm telling you, we're finna get into ego, because I'm seeing a lot of people talk about ego in the comments. Yes, ego is, all of us have it. Ego is not, it's much, 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 much more than we think it is, that it's just about somebody being arrogant. No, ego is the persona. Ego is not who you really are. Okay. All right. So, however, Jung did not view the shadow as a negative or shameful part of a person's personality. To him, it was more an important part of their psyche. The goal of shadow work is to assimilate the shadow and the persona, so that a person can learn how to manage impulses they usually ignore, such as anger or greed. Jung also believed that the collective unconscious influences the shadow. The collective unconscious is a Jungian idea that refers to the collective memory and impulses of society as a whole. As a result, systematic issues such as racism also fit into Jung's idea of what the shadow self comprises. Okay. So again, and we're going to get into it. I'm going to, right after this, jump into ego. Even what he's describing there, still ego. We'll get into it. Just as shadow work might help a person confront the parts of their personality that they usually avoid, Young thought it might also allow them to address prejudices and impulses resulting from broader social ills. Benefit of shadow work. As the shadow is a concept, it is not something that scientists can tangibly measure. It is also subjective and varies based on context. For example, something that is acceptable in one culture might be taboo in another, which affects whether it becomes part of the shadow self. As a result, there is not much scientific research on the effectiveness of shadow work. Instead, most research on this approach emphasizes how a person might use it to solve specific challenges. For example, a 2022 paper argues that creative writing may help a person process trauma and that drawing on Jung's understanding of the unconscious may be particularly helpful. So they're saying practitioners of shadow work say that it helps them with identifying and countering negative personal traits, as well as negative traits that society has instilled in them, learning to be more accepting of themselves, understanding the challenges other people face with their shadow selves, confronting trauma, grief, and other challenging emotions, understanding how society, childhoods, and various relationships influence their lives and interactions, right? In some cases, well, before I move on, learning to accept themselves, you're only going to get that at your soul conscious level. That's why I said, when you're doing shadow work, you're only going to resolve what you're trying to resolve if you tap into your soul consciousness. Because that's the authentic you. Not these physical bodies. And not the character that you play via ego. Okay? In some cases, components of the shadow self may motivate good acts. For example, a person may find that confronting their implicit biases, which they may not usually think about, can help them work to change. Similarly, being more aware of their anger may help a person channel that anger for good. Yada, yada, yada. Okay, so that's typical psychology stuff. All right. That's the article. It was okay. They got a long way to go. They still not there. Brother Sean, did you have anything else you wanted to discuss on shadow work before we get into, I'm going to jump to ego because a lot of people brought ego up. Oh.
Yeah, I think we need to go to the ego, considering it's responsible for the fight or flight response.
Come on with it now. Come on with it.
Have.
Come on with it.
As they said in the chat, it can be for your benefit, but it can also be to your detriment.
Agreed.
If you're not balancing things.
Agreed.
And to sit up and ignore aspects of yourself that probably saved you a time or two, that's detrimental to self. You have to pull everything together and put everything in its place. Unfortunately, in this world that we in, this whole duality thing, all aspects of yourself is necessary. That means even some of those darker aspects that you may fear or be trying to hide. Now, some people try not to be violent, try and be calm and peaceful about things.
Namaste.
But every now and then you get pushed to the point where you have to verbally or physically put somebody in a damn place.
Yep.
that don't mean that you stop being the person that you were.
Right.
You just use the necessary energy at the time to protect yourself.
Right.
Everything in nature defends itself. So the fact that you put hands on to raise your voice don't mean you're a degenerate.
Right.
Sometimes that shit is needed. And I digress.
Yeah, very, very good. Okay, so let's go on and get on the ego. I had the ego slide pushed down, but y'all said nope, not tonight. Come on, bring it up. Get ready. I don't know if you got to light one up. Whatever you got to do, get your popcorn, this, that, and the third. So ego is not what most people think, all right? Because typically we think of ego as, people being arrogant. Nope. 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 That's only a very small piece. That's like a grain of sand of what the ego actually is. Okay. All right. So let's get into it. And as I was, going through this information and I had my little epiphanies, I said, damn. Then I thought, I compete, because this was my saying back up in the day. I compete with no one but myself until I realize even competing with self is ego. There is nothing to compete with because I am. Okay? Ego can never get enough. It needs to be fed. As you are feeding your ego, you are starving your soul. Because the ego, that is the persona. That's the character. Okay? The ego is, oh, I'm Rhonda and I work at in tech and I went to college and I have this and I have that, da 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 da. Okay, so you can say that's arrogant. Or I'm Rhonda and I have XYZ. My old man is this and my children are that.
Would you say it's also a front that you put up
yes, ma'am.
Protect?
Mm-hmm. What are you protecting? What are you protecting? What are you protecting?
The soul hurt that you felt, the trauma that you went through.
That is an aspect as well. Mm-hmm.
And you don't want the world to know the real you because of what you've gone through or what you feel or whatever. So you put on the front somebody who's always happy. There's no such thing, but people put on those fronts because they don't want to. They're afraid of the people or the criticism of what they really are.
Okay, that's an aspect of it, but I want us to go even deeper. So bear with me. I don't mean to make y'all dizzy. Let's go back to this soul family. Let's go back to when we was at the source. And we was sitting there making them contract agreements. When we were at the source, we just were. When we were at the source doing these soul contracts, we wrote in the contract what character, what personas we were going to play and experience. So think about it as you getting we're actors and actresses. And we agreed to play in this movie. And that movie has a script. And that script is your sole contract. Only difference is you wrote the movie, you and your soul family. So, are you really that movie script, that character, or are you just really the I am, your soul consciousness? Because see, that script and that character you're playing, you built into that particular script / contract this ego persona character to have other experiences, and you're going to quote feel, because you are in this 3D physical density, you're going to feel that these things are happening to you outside of you. And the ego gets away from itself. So meaning the character becomes the main star, and we get to believing that this movie is fucking real, and that's who we really are. And that ego will defend that belief. And that's when it gets to the point of looking outside of self for our own issues, problems, to make ourselves happy, to do whatever we need to do. That's what the ego does. That's what that character does. And that's what is supposed to mean by the saying, anything outside of self doesn't serve you. That's what the meaning, the true meaning of go within. I'm not talking about go within the ego and go deeper in the motherfucking rabbit hole. Go within really should be with you at your soul consciousness level. Really, really honing in on what is really, why am I doing that? What's the real purpose of me doing XYZ? Looking at it from the soul level. Is it ego? Is this ego? Am I trying to prove something to someone else? Am I trying to put on another persona for this matrix? Or is this my true, authentic self? Truly having this experience in order to evolve my authentic self. Because the more you involve the ego, the further you get away from your authentic self. Okay? That's why I said your ego can never get enough. It always needs to be fed. And all of the energy that you put into playing that role, that script, for things outside of the authentic you, the bigger the ego gets. The more unhappy you become. And you become unhappy because you feed the ego, which can never be full, and you're starving your soul. You are a soul having a physical experience, not this physical experience with a soul. That's the difference. Because people, I'm sorry, go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
So that's when probably the fight or flight comes in. You either develop an ego to fight back at the anger you feel, or you fly away from it and create some kind of fancy fairy tale land that you live in if it hurts you too bad, or whatever way you use your fight or flight that Brother Sean was talking about. I think that would probably be a good point. Is the ego is part of the fight or flight? I think, but I don't know. Depends on what your trauma was that you're trying to hide.
And that's an aspect of it, but that's not all of it.
You sound like it's part of the family.
Part of what family?
Your soul family that you have, because you're more than one person in that soul family, right? More than one soul in that soul family, right?
Right. So what does soul family have to do with the ego?
The soul family may develop that ego because it may have occurred in that family. Like incest, for instance. It's part of your family dynamics, or thievery, or lying, or cheating, or whatever.
Let's go back to soul families. Let's go back. Let's take it back.
The family you chose.
Back it up. So soul families. All right. We in Earth school. All right. We chilling, minding our business. And then in walks, some people cooler than a fan, cooler than a motherfucker. Y'all just hit it off, you vibe. All right. We all just, we're souls. Okay. Literally, we're just souls. I am.
Right.
So any of those other things that you were describing about the traumas, 4, 5, 6, and 7, don't exist at the soul level. We're at the absolute / source. So the souls that we get cool with, we like, girl, what you in this class? Oh, you taking Miss Such and So's class? Girl, this shit is tough. Girl, yeah, you in Earth's class? Girl, this the advanced class. Girl, I know. Shit, I done flunked this motherfucker about 3-4 times, girl. Girl, me too. You know what? You cool. You want to be in our little soul family? Let me go on and introduce you to people XYZ. Okay, bam, cool, da. Let's get down to these contracts. Let's get down to the soul contracts, i.e. the script, the movie script that we are agreeing to play out on Earth. So in this particular, what brought hit? Okay, let's write the script. This is what we have so far, girl. What you think about it? Girl, yeah, okay, well, let me go on and add the shit that I said I needed to work on. Because, girl, I'm like you. I done flunked motherfucking Earth class about 3-4 times my damn self. So I got specific things that if y'all don't mind, can I write my little stuff in the script, this, that, and the third? Yeah, girl, go on and write your stuff on in there. And then we gonna integrate it on how your stuff fits into this movie script. Okay? when we are writing the scripts, you're writing the roles that you are going to play. You're writing the characters that you are going to play. And each character, in order to navigate in this 3D Earth's matrix / experience, you have an ego. Ego and soul are separate. Okay? When you are a soul, you are whole. I am that I am. I've always been. When you hit Earth to have this experience, you are agreeing to duality. You are agreeing to play a character. And what helps plays out those characters? The ego. That's what ego is. Okay? All right. So, when y'all hear the term death of the ego, that's what they're talking about. They're not talking about death of you thinking you all let in a bag of chips with some hummus. It's talking about death to the character that you are playing. Understand the difference between the character that you, quote, quote, are playing and the authentic self. Death of the ego is when you become consciously aware of you are a soul having the physical experience. And that you're supposed to be navigating at your soul level, not at this character level / ego. So, just a quick quote: your innermost sense of self, of who you are, is inseparable from stillness. It is the I am that is deeper than the name and form. The self is only one, okay? Now, I remember we had a heated discussion when we were talking about duality and the yin and the yang and the da-da-da-da-da, blah, la, 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 and I said there's only wholeness. And I know people struggle with there has to be a duality. There only has to be duality only exists in the physical realm. That's the light, the dark, the yin and the yang. When you are at the soul level, you are already whole. But that ego, that character that you have agreed to play in this script / your soul contract, folks get so engulfed with that, the ego self, the character self, that they think that that's who they are. That's the real deal.
It says.
Yes, sir.
The thing is, the ego wants to live. The ego knows that it's not immortal. The soul is immortal.
That's right.
In order for the ego to continue having the experience it's having, it has to trick the soul into believing that it is the ego.
Can you just say that last part again, if you don't mind?
So the ego convinces the soul that it is the ego. That's the way that it continues to survive. Each incarnation, you actually have a different ego.
Yep.
You got different mission, different purpose that you own, even tied into what you're supposed to be straightening out.
Right.
You're multidimensional, and you're only focusing on one aspect of self or a personality or persona that self takes on. On a whole different timeline, you have another persona that you're playing out. And at times,
that's deep, but go ahead, Brother Sean.
and in the time that we're in now, you actually have timelines crashing upon each other with all these energy downloads. At times, you're not sure which the information that you receive and which timeline is actually for, considering they've collapsed onto each other.
True that.
But that's up to you to put in that work so that you're able to differentiate between each experience and each thought. You have to get to the point where you can just be outside of yourself and observe your ego, observe your thoughts.
That's right.
And still know that they're not you.
Can you just say that again? Because that's really the whole key to this ego versus soul stuff.
You have to differentiate between the two. You have to be able to be outside of your ego and your thoughts. Watch them play out and not associated with you. It's the experience that was chosen to have. And when we tell you that you signed on to this agreement, you even signed on to what, quote unquote, gender you would be. You chose the way you look.
Yep.
Everything.
Yep.
So to me, when people get to saying God made a mistake, this, that, or the other, I'm supposed to be this, or I'm supposed to be
you made it.
Yep. You the God.
That's right. You made that mistake.
So that right there within itself is letting you know that you got plenty of shadow work to do.
That's right.
Can't nobody do it for you. I know people say that they could go in and do this, that, or the other for you. Yes and no. They can go in and become a part of the problem. Because now you sitting up dependent on them to come save you when you're supposed to learn from that experience.
That is correct.
Other people can help put you on the path, but you actually have to do the work. So if somebody is telling you, oh, give me X amount of money and I could go in and relieve your karma for you, go in, do this, do that, they full of shit.
Yes, they are.
Can't nobody do it for nobody else.
That is correct.
I'm not saying other people can't go in and tap into those Akashic records and witness some things that may be going on, but they can't actually do it for you.
That is correct.
So just know that anything physical and anything that's a thought form ain't you. Your pure consciousness, your pure energy.
That is correct.
And these bodies and the programs that they are given. You wrote the program. You helped write these programs.
That's right.
And the body is, and the ego is only carrying out the program that you gave it.
That is correct.
Your ego is formed with the things that you are taught, who your parents tell you are, who society tells you are, who the school tells you are, who your friends tell you are. That's who you try and become. You try and be everything for everybody instead of being what you are supposed to be to you.
Come on with it now.
But I digress.
No, very, very good. Thank you, Brother Sean. Sis Nonya put up a good question, and I want to explore it. I think our egos were more flexible and less traumatizing prior to the damage done by the invaders of our realm. It may be that the harm that they have done caused our egos to split from the soul. Soul and ego are not the same. Let me go back. We in Earth school, right? We at the source. Ego can't make it to the source because the ego only exists in the 3D realm, probably other realms too, okay? Other physical realms, let me put it that way. Ego is only used to play out the script character. It is not you. That's not the true, authentic you. Now, as far as the invaders, if we wrote the script, who do you think the invaders are? This is why I say there are no victims. Even the invaders had to be written in the script, in this movie production. There are no victims. Yes, ego is a character. Yes. Absolutely.
Makes sense.
Yes, sir.
And what people got to think about also is something we tell people constantly about these labels and whatnot that people want to claim. These so-called nationalities, labels, colors, etc. Ego, personas.
Yeah.
That's why you got so many people wanting to debate about this, that, or the other. Oh, I could show you this. Oh, I could show you that. Oh, this, that, or the other. That's ego. That's wanting to be right. That has nothing to do with your purpose. I mean, if telling somebody who you were was all it took for all this to end, you would think when you said that you were God that it would end.
Oh, now come on now. Shit, that's good.
But just saying that you're a certain nationality or a certain color, that even goes for copper color. That's a color, ain't it?
Mm-hmm.
But you say that we're not a color. We're not crayons. But I guess we only comfortable using the colors that we want to use.
Mm.
I mean, it's either you above this shit or you ain't.
Yeah.
It's either you paying attention to the fact that it's a reset or you're not. You can't go back and be shit. Because if we gonna keep talking about going back to what it originally was, then I guess we need to dig back a little further and go back to the original name. And how many original names were there? How many names were there before the names that they've given us now?
Right.
Because from my studies, ain't no region called what it was a couple thousand years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, the fact that we're still getting caught up with being called the name of an area in which you reside. The names change.
Right.
So whatever the name was before that, that's what those people called themselves. And before that, that's what people called themselves. But everybody keep trying to say that they're part of this bloodline or that bloodline, and your bloodline go all the way back to this, but you don't claim none of that. You ain't doing nothing that they did. What you supposed to be doing is based upon now, because all of your ancestors are within you. Their works are within you. What are you adding to the Akashic records for
Right.
future generations to tap into? All you doing is regurgitating everybody else's stuff and trying to relive the life that your ancestors lived. It ain't the same time. It ain't the same frequency. It ain't the same nothing. We're at a reset, and it's either you gonna be a creator and do up a whole new script, or keep this fuckery going on. We created this. We can create something better.
Absolutely.
I digress.
No, very good point, Brother Sean. I knew this ego was gonna be tough. I knew it was gonna be tough because it's different than what people typically think about ego. So let me hit couple comments again. Tree says everyone is playing the role they are supposed to. Yep, that's the role they signed up for when you was in Earth school. All right.
I don't think the ego is damaged. It is what it is. It's following
Exactly.
the program.
Thank you, Brother Sean, because that was the next one I was getting to. Yeah, the ego just is. So, in other words, the issue that would become with an ego, if you per se, is when the ego is the driver and not your soul. It's just that simple. It ain't hard, fam. It's not hard. If the ego, that character, is the driver in everything you do versus your soul, then you're going to have a rough ride, per se. Because your soul is supposed to be driving the ego character. Okay? Not the ego doing its thing and the soul is being starved. What's the fuck is the purpose of you coming to Earth if you forget authentic self and you just run around playing this character via the ego? How are you really learning? How are you really expanding? Okay. So, and then I'm going to go into a little bit more example. Death of the ego is the loss of identification with the things that make up one's sense of self or identity. It can be a sudden or gradual realization that the ego is a fabrication of the mind. It can also be a transcendental experience of embodying one's true nature or returning to who one really is. Okay, so shout out to Sis Divinity. We was talking about ego. Because I was just like, damn, ego ain't what I thought it was. I don't know what I thought this other stuff that I was talking about. Because we've talked about all of those other things, stuff that's done outside of self, etc., etc. But I did not understand that that was really, that's really what ego is. So she came across, and so sis, I know you said you was going to give me what the O is, but it came to me, and if you come up with another O, we'll revisit it. But sis gave every ego, every gratification outside of self. What's self? Your soul consciousness. That's your authentic self. Okay? That's why I said hence. Reason why ego, you can never get enough. It's always something. It's because it always needs to be fed. Because you're feeding that character, that ego character, but you're starving your soul. You're starving who you really are. That's why we have fourth graders walking around Earth School trying to be everybody and anybody but self because they don't know. Well, they actually do know. Their authentic self knows. But you shut that part down. You shut the true self down at your soul. You shut that down and you just really into this character, into this ego. So you're just doing shit to do shit. You're not taking inventory on why you doing shit. And then when you let that character get so out of control, you continue to do shit that ain't even in your best interest. Exactly, Sis Treese. Running away from yourself, your true, authentic self. So when you hear the term about death of the ego, that's what it's talking about. Death to that character that you're playing. And really, really getting into and remembering your true, authentic self. All right? So ego. Every gratification outside of self. Okay? Ego will never be enough. It never will be enough. Running around here playing these different roles, these different characters, it's never going to get you what you want. And more importantly, it'll never get you what you need. Because you are a soul having a physical experience in a matrix. Now, only you know when you took on that script / your soul contract, specifically what you wanted to accomplish, but the ultimate goal for all souls on this planet. Now, I cannot tell you what your individual soul contract is. You know that. You better get still and have a conversation with self at that soul level to review your soul contract. I can't tell you that. But what I can tell you, the ultimate goal of everybody on this Earth School experience is to expand your consciousness and to experience the physical. All right? But as long as you have the main driver as ego, and you deny and you forget about self at that soul level, You will never be happy. You will never get everything you need.
Mm-hmm.
Things that you want, you may get them temporary. Let's be clear. You may get them temporarily. You'll never feel fulfilled. And you may even feel empty. And that is because ego is a character. That's not who you are. And you've put your energy into the ego instead of putting the energy in at your soul level. Okay? Having your soul drive the ego. Okay? So in other words, all right, Rhonda at the soul, okay? And even Rhonda is a character of the ego. All right? That's just the particular name, whatever the case may be for this particular incarnation. It's just a label. Okay? But, okay, self. Got my contract. I'm ready. Let's go. Self, we going to take this ego and I'm going to drive this motherfucker with what I need to do, I want to do at the soul level. The ego works for me for the purpose of fulfilling my contract, my soul fulfillment. That's the difference. Okay? So every gratification outside of self, that's what ego is. That's the character. And it will never get anything done. Ego's only purpose is to navigate within the script. All right? It is just the main character. But who you really are, you are a soul. I am that I am. You've been that since there is no concept of time. You exist outside of time. You exist outside of what they're calling space. Because you are a soul, okay? So how do you use this information? Just start real small, like Brother Sean said. Your thoughts can be real tricky. Because a lot of times them thoughts are really ego. It's really character. Okay? So when we talk about honoring self, when we talk about know thyself, your thoughts and your emotions, you have to really take inventory of them from a soul level. That's what I talk about, take soul inventory. Okay, now that thought, those thoughts, whatever that I'm thinking, these emotions, what's the source of those? How is it benefiting my soul? Is it from an educational purpose / experience that I'm really needing to have? Because your soul already knows. Let's be clear. Your soul knows all. Your soul doesn't lack. Your soul is whole. The ego ain't. Because the ego is in the 3D. That's that character. And the ego has to operate within certain parameters in this 3D. So the ego always going to be like, okay, you got two choices, Rhonda. You got light or dark. You got yin or yang. You got male or female. Da-da-da-da, this, that. That's the ego character telling you how to operate within the 3D matrix. Okay? So the ego will put out the thoughts. Nope, you can only do it this way. Okay? The ego will tell you you lack. Right? That's why you have to do things at a soul inventory, at your soul level, rather. Take inventory of your thoughts and your emotions at that soul level. Because your soul already knows. Your soul wrote the contract that created the ego. I'll say that again in case you didn't hear me. Your soul wrote the contract / movie script with the character of the ego. That's why your soul is always going to know. That is why it is so hard. Have folks ever tried to meditate? And you know they say in meditation, you have to sit quiet, okay, and just be in stillness to shut your mind down from thinking. And if you're new to meditation, that shit is frustrating. Because them thoughts, them egos be running. I'm sorry, go ahead. Yes, sir.
The thing is, initially with meditation, people aren't going to be able to silence it.
Agreed. Why do you think that is, Brother Sean?
Because it's a program that's being ran. The thing is, you have to learn to ignore it. You can't feed it. Let those thoughts run their course, but remain outside of them. You don't have to act on those thoughts because they're coming. Part of meditation is being able to abstain from them thoughts, whether they're there or not. I mean, that's part of the discipline of self. You don't always have to do something because you see somebody else doing it.
Right.
You don't have to say something because that's what somebody else saying. And if you're not the ego, and you're going into meditation and going into yourself, you're going within. Why are you listening to something that you know ain't you? People ignore people all the time, but I guess it's difficult to ignore that ego that's within you because it's with you all day, every day. So, but I digress.
No, very, very, very good point. Very, very good point. Okay, so let me I want to get to this article talking about death of ego and what it means and steps to take. So hold on a sec. Let me try to bring up this little article and we'll get into that. I know this ego stuff. It's a lot, fam. I know. Because I totally was like, what the fuck? Wait a minute. Shit. I'm missing the part. I didn't know that. Oh, damn. Okay. But this is extremely, extremely important, fam. It's very important. And I think For the remaining of this series, I'm going to keep bringing this back into play because we still have more layers. This was one of the deep layers I was going to get to maybe next week, but since it kept being put in the chat, I'm like, okay, they ready for it tonight. All right. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
One of the main things we're trying to do and need to do is overcome what they taught us in school, what the ego actually is. So, because now it's not, once you get older, I guess, I want to put it like that, you kind of understand, you can look back at it as a picture, whatever you did in your ego self, or whatever you did in this life, was just part of the time frame that you were in. But as they teach you in life, in school, it's something you did. You did. You did it. So it may be truth. It may be something we did, but the soul is separated from the deed. If you keep, looking at it, but it's like the Star Trek thing. I always, every time we get on these kind of subjects, I think about that Star Trek thing, where those two souls were in a box and they wanted to experience the life or the ego part of it. So they asked if they could borrow Captain Kirk and his first mate's bodies so they can feel again. So so if ego is a script, it's something that you do, and that's what you chose to do in your soul family. So it's pretty different from what Freud and those guys put out in their books, but it's pretty much somewhat the same.
Yeah, they only had a slither of what it was. And I'm guessing it's because they didn't know. That's all.
No, I was thinking about this, and I chatted with DJ. Life is like a ball of chocolate, a box of chocolate, and that's Forrest Gump, and that's what it is. You got bitter chocolate, you got sweet chocolate, and you have no chocolate at all. And it depends on what time of your existence as a soul that you take on that ego. So
okay, so let me go back because I want us to be clear. I know, and believe you me, fam, this fucked me up. I had to really get myself together. Like, damn. Okay, I had to go into meditation on this shit and get it together. And I'm like, woo. Okay. Okay, so let's go back
to your soul family.
You create ego. It's written in your contract. Okay. All of this you created. You created the box of chocolates.
Yep.
The little separate container motherfuckers within there. The chocolates themselves. What flavor it's going to be, all of that.
Yeah.
Your soul knows exactly when things are going to happen because your soul wrote the contract.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to get you all to see. There is nothing outside of yourself that you don't know. That's why you're supposed to be operating at the soul level. That's what folks mean, that's quote, quote, on the spiritual stuff, whatever the fucking case may be. That, shit, I lost it. I had it and then it's gone, okay? Bottom line is, you wrote this experience at a soul level. That's why I say there are no victims, okay? You've just forgotten. Because you're playing the character ego, and the character ego is driving you versus your true, authentic self at the soul level. And when you learn the difference between the two, you're on easy street. It'll make sense. You can truly go through things, quote, quote, in this physical experience and always look at it at the soul level, and you'll get the answers that you need, meaning you'll remember what you wrote in the script and what you wanted to get out of that particular situation. Okay? But as long as you stay in ego and you're not tapping back into the soul, letting the soul drive the ego and not the ego take over, you're going to always be lost and confused. It's going to take your time. You're going to have a harder road, per se.
That frequency's going to drop.
Okay.
That's it.
Yes, sir.
And ego isn't just about arrogance.
No.
Either.
No.
Your ego can also have you being a weak, frail motherfucker too.
Absolutely.
That's ego too. And that comes from that whole fight or flight thing. You got some people that's just weak and scared of everything. Won't stand up for themselves. Nothing. That's also an ego problem. Because your soul is pure, unlimited energy. Your soul, that's the shit. That's wholeness. Exactly. Everything all rolled up into one.
Exactly. It lacks nothing.
Exactly. So all your fears, doubts, all that's based in your ego.
That is correct. Do you mind saying that again, Brother Sean?
Your fear and your doubts are based in ego. Period.
Exactly. Very well said. Very well said. Okay, so I want to jump to an article. Let's talk about this ego being a persona or a character a little bit deeper. Hold on, fam. There it is. So, Brother Sean, like I said, I found a lot of articles that about the ego, and when I was looking for shadow work, a lot of this stuff has made it over to the scientific community and psychology, and I kind of chuckled to myself. And I want the fam to know now, the stuff that we're going over now, talking about the ego and, soul and soul families and incarnations, none of this is new. None of it is new. And this isn't because we're in what they're calling, quote, quote, the Aquarian age. Aquarius. No, this information just didn't develop because of this, because of the Aquarian age. This information has been in this realm since the realm was built. Okay. This information used to be taught in via the ancestors. Okay. Not so much maybe the ancestors recently. Okay. But some of the older civilizations taught this information. Now the information is being taught in what we're calling, used to be called mystic schools, okay? Because it used to be just taught commonly. Then it went to mystic schools, so meaning only certain worthy people get this information. That's ego. That's ego. Okay. So then it was the mystic schools. And then, you bring it up to today. The mystic schools. And then out of the mystic schools came the high priesthood and priestess. And then secret societies. There you go. All right. This is not new information in this realm. It's always been around. You know why? Because we want it to be around. Okay? But your soul knows all of this information. Okay? All right. So, ego death, what it means, and the steps to take. All right. Let me do what is ego? What is the ego? All right. Oh, let me just read. Okay, so it's in here. I just want to make sure. All right. One of the most significant and occasionally terrifying experiences a person can have is the death of their ego. Okay, because like Brother Sean said, that ego character done got beside itself and it wants to survive, baby. Everyone has a sense of self-importance. It's how we find our way around, form judgments, and stay alive. However, our pride can sometimes prevent us from experiencing happiness. If we aren't careful, our ego can prevent us from developing to our fullest potential as, and I'm going to say, as souls. Okay, because that's really what this is about. Your soul having a physical experience, all right? Your soul wanting to be able to expand its self through this experience, okay? Your soul wanting to fulfill out that soul contract, i.e., being the fullest potential of itself in these 3D matrix conditions / constraints. All right. Ego death is the solution to this problem. When we die to ourselves or our egos, we find true freedom. It's not always easy, but the results are worth the effort. In this in-depth article, you will learn what it means to die to the ego and how to do it. What is the ego? Before you can understand ego death, you need to know what the ego is. The ego is a sense of who you are that you get when you are young. Okay? This is why we say that these babies, they come here with it already. All right? Okay. And then it is reinforced to them what this ego character is. Okay. It is a part of the mind that deals with the self and gives us a sense of being our own person. It's the I that makes us feel separate from the world and the people around us. In some ways, ego is helpful, but it can also hurt you. When the ego is in control, we can become too attached to material things, become greedy, and start to think we are better than other people, okay? So that, again, that's just one aspect of the ego. We put a lot of stock in our egos. We tend to get hurt, okay? And the reason you tend to get hurt is because that ego is never satisfied. You always have to feed that ego. And you're feeding that ego and starving that soul. And you become out of alignment with what your soul's purpose was here for. Because you're not allowing your soul, the true, authentic you, to drive that ego, to be in control of that ego. And that's why, and that's how you self-sabotage, okay? So when we put a lot of stock in our egos, we tend to get hurt. You think of your ego as the way you see yourself. This affects how you see the world and how you act around other people. What is ego death? Ego death is the sudden realization that you are not the things you've identified with, and that your ego or sense of self is made up. In some cases, it can give a deep sense of peace and connection to everything as the walls of separation that the ego builds fall down. Okay, so those of you that are familiar with the song of India Arie, that's what just came to mind. I am not this hair. I am not my hair. Same concept. Okay. Ego death is the process of losing your sense of self and replacing it with a more complete view of reality. Okay. I'm going to say ego death is the process of gaining your soul, true, authentic self to view reality. Okay, so I'm just going to replace this, what they're saying. Ego death is the process of regaining your true, authentic soul self so you can view the true reality.
Sis,
Yes, sir.
you can also look at it as losing the ego because the soul always was.
Perfect.
It's just the stripping away of the ego.
Absolutely. I am. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
I experienced ego death through Bufo.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Colorado River toad.
Right.
And it's actually more powerful than ayahuasca.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't last as long, but you can't tell when you're in that journey. And there is no doubt that the ego suffers. And you're actually able to see it and witness it and separate yourself from it and not feel some kind of way. Not feel any type of way about what the ego has gone through. Once you awaken to who and what you truly are, You can't fall back into that ego.
You can't.
You can never.
Mm-mm.
You can't go back to
You can't go
thinking
back.
and
Yep.
being the way you were.
Yep.
It's a wonderful experience. I guess people look at the word death and think that something detrimental is going to happen. That's part of the reason why they fear an ego death, because all that they can associate with is what they've been told.
Right. Right.
I mean, at some point, you have to be able to discern for yourself and see the reality of what actually is and isn't. And during that ego death, you're able to go back to past lives. You're able to start remembering things. You know what you have to correct.
Yep.
Because then you're able to see where the ego is pulling you down to continue running that particular program or algorithm that you've been given.
Yes.
And our parents take responsibility in this also. Yes. Because they gave us names without thoughts, without thinking about without the name having a significant meaning or carrying a certain frequency. They tell you you're supposed to do this, you're supposed to think this way, you're supposed to think that way, you're supposed to behave this way in this circumstance, etc., etc. And a lot of times they know that that's not right, but they're doing what their ego has been programmed to do. So that's like with trauma. People become so connected with the trauma, which is just a lesson because we're in the earth school.
Right.
And people choose to exist in that frequency and become that trauma. And all they dole out is trauma. They can't have a conversation that doesn't involve some type of trauma.
Right.
You can be on a high note, talking about good things. And that particular type of individual is always going to turn it into something negative.
Right.
Oh, well, you got that going on for you, this, that, or the other, but me, I'm this happened, that happened. I can't do this because of this. That's all shit you put out in the universe to stop yourself from being able to do anything. Anytime you sit up and just keep blaming shit, instead of being the creator that you are and changing, so you continue to exist in that frequency. And you bring everybody else down that's around you.
Right.
So that's why we are supposed to separate from people. Everybody wants this great unity right now, and shit ain't set up for that right now. Everybody ain't on the same frequency.
Exactly.
Everybody ain't trying to be on the same frequency.
Exactly.
Everybody got different missions, different reasons why they here. You got to do you. You got to look out for you. You have to know when to let people go, whether it's blood relatives, friends, etc., etc. There's no one that you shouldn't be able to let go of, because you here for your journey. Unless you signed up to come here and be everybody's fucking doormat, don't complain. If you ain't gonna do shit to change your circumstances, don't complain. Because you're getting exactly what you signed up for and what you're putting your energy into. I digress.
No, very, very good. Very good, Brother Sean. Very good.
Yep. Very.
All right. So
I know a lot of those people. I know a lot of people like that. I try to tell them, you need to kind of learn from it and move on if you can. And don't keep saying that, because when you speak it, you keep living it. But I don't know when people go learn that.
yeah, and child, that's for them to learn. You put the message out, if that's what your soul feels, that's what you feel you need to do, and keep it moving.
Well, I mean, it's like taking a bath in dirty water.
Oh,
I mean,
shit.
come on.
I'm scratching. Now, you just straight made me scratch.
That thought came to my mind. It's like taking the bath in dirty water. Why don't you change the water? Stop going back to the dirty water.
That's a very, very, here come nephew. That's a,
Yeah.
that's a very good analogy. Okay. So, we become less focused on our own thoughts and feelings and more aware of the world around us and how everything is connected. Okay, this is why Brother Shine out the gate. That's why I knew soon as he said observing your thoughts and feelings, I already knew that he knew what was up with ego death. I already knew that. I knew that. Because remember, thoughts and feelings are part of the ego program.
Mm-hmm.
So that means you always have to do that soul inventory that I've been talking to you all about the past couple of months. Do that soul inventory to make sure these thoughts and feelings, observe them. Now, why the fuck would I think that? That don't even make no sense. Or however, you talk to yourself as a soul. All right?
Yeah.
People who have ego death no longer feel like separate people. Instead, they feel like they are part of something much bigger. So again, when I be sitting up here screaming like a banshee, and I know that's often, it is what it is. That I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I'm not concerned about the 99%. I'm only concerned about the 1%. It's not coming from ego. It's coming from the soul level. Okay? Because it's about something bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Those things that, I be saying I don't give a fuck about none of it. I don't. Because it's a grain of sand compared to the bigger picture. I'm talking about my soul level. I'm talking about authentically who I am and what I set out to accomplish. This ego shit, who did what to whom, where, and why, and girl, such and so don't like you, and such and so said this about you, and Democrat, Republican, gay, straight, transgender, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. If it's not applying to my soul, I don't give a fuck. Okay? Because that ain't shit. Because those things Shit, I don't even think they on the chessboard, to be honest. Because when you talk about that chessboard, that's when people get into, well, you know, we're going to take over and we're going to rule and we're going to become the queen and the kings. And then we're going to appoint the knights and the bishops. And, you know, we're going to do the X, Y, and Z. That's still a program. Okay? That's still ego. That is ego. So when I was making a statement, get off that motherfucking board, turn that motherfucker over, I'm talking at the soul level. All right. Okay. So, hey, peace and love, nephew. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Good evening. Sorry to being late. I hope all you're doing well.
No worries. It's good to hear your voice.
Good to hear you too.
Wholeness and power, nephew.
Peace and love.
Thanks for the love.
Peace and love, bro.
Appreciate it, family. Can I touch the ego one time?
Absolutely.
Everyone's on point. The ego death is so important to lose for us to move forward. I found that people with the ego death, they're using, let's say, society norms to maintain that ego death. I have to do this because it's this day, it's this holiday. I have to do this because this person is going to say something about it. But realistically, you have to not care. None of what they think. You can't focus on what society is focused on, because that is the program. That is the spell. And the ego is driven by that feed of having to top the other person, having to have the flashier car, the bigger house, the materialistic things. Our ego is not tapped into, let's be spiritual and let's vibrate on a higher frequency. It's really to keep us in a lower state of focus, competition, norm, comfort level. When we know the opposite is true, you have to get out of your comfort level. That's the first way to kill the ego death. So you gotta, as you said, check your thought processes. I've realized exactly that. Why are you thinking negative thoughts? A lot of people have, I want to do this, but then they'll start off, oh no, that can't happen because this, and that can't happen because that. And you're like, no, let's stay on the positive energy. But they're programmed to analyze the world in that light. Oh, I have to lock my car door because it's going to get stolen. No. If you think that, yeah, it'll happen, but you can leave it unlocked and it'll be fine because you live in a safe neighborhood and there's nothing to worry about. You have to manifest that energy. The ego is not going to do that. The ego is fighting that fear. So it's what do you call that? A reptilian, it's tied to the reptilian brain, that ego. And realistically, there's many songs that talk about it. Thank you for bringing that one up with NDRE, where exactly that. I'm not my hair. I'm not my body. You have to get the outside of that perspective of mind to be able to tap into what you truly are. And once you do that, there is no ego. There's a lot of times where I come into a situation and I'm like, I take a step back. I may know a lot in my particular position, but I leave the ego at the door. Because I know if I do that, I'm going to gain more out of this particular situation. Because even though I may know this way to do something, I'm going to be shown a different way. And if I had an ego, I would say, no, we're doing it my way. But no, okay, let's do it that way. And okay, let's see where it leads to. And oh, okay, that's beneficial. Okay, all right, I didn't know that would lead to that. But if I had let my ego lead the way, then I would have only been limited to this one frequency, or the frequency that they put in front of us. So yes. Kill that ego as soon as possible. It's beneficial.
Indeed. And again, and that they're going to go over it in this, but and I'm going to keep reminding. So from this instance forward,
moment in time,
we will refer to ego and true, authentic soul self.
And Auntie.
Yes, nephew.
In this moment, you're also giving people the understanding that there's more to them than just what they believe as one person.
Indeed.
Because if you don't check the ego, it's going to run your life. You have the ability to do exactly that. Check the ego. Do I need to do this? Do I have to do that? Why am I doing this? Why is this? For example, Christmas. The individuals still celebrate Christmas, yet still we know the truth behind it. So it's really your ego trying to still show off for the Joneses, still maintain a certain relationship with certain people that have you still doing or believing in certain things that are not real, or worshiping holidays because society worships holidays. It's your ego doing that.
Right.
So if you want to, if you say you're an Indian and you're for the land and this and the other, then we need to kill all of what they've been telling us we are and tap into what you should be. Because you're not just a loincloth and a bow and arrow. No, we were
Absolutely.
more for all of that. That's something happened. We lost our position and we now ended up in that. They're only writing our story from that point in our lives. That's not where we originated from, nor where should we start our story from, essentially. Indeed. There's more to our essence than we are being led to believe. And if we don't, as you said, kill the ego, the distraction, we'll never really generate or re-understand what we know. The Akashic Records is already there. So it's for us to re-tap into what it is we were already tapped into. There's nothing new under the sun, true. So why are we doing foolishness for?
Indeed. Ego. Indeed. And the Christmas example, that's a good example because the ego can get so out of control. So, and again, I don't care whether or not you celebrate holidays. It's not for me to judge, okay? That would be ego for me to tell you what the fuck you need to be doing for you, okay? Focus. Let's be clear. All right? If that's what you want to do, baby, go on, do you.
None of my business. None of my business.
None whatsoever. Okay, let's be clear. Okay, so you see how I just did a quick inventory of what was ego and what's not? Okay, just a small example. All right, so we're just using Christmas as an example. Okay, so the ego can be so tricky that folks literally go into debt.
Facts.
Every year for said Christmas holiday.
Yeah, baby, got to get new Jordans. I got to get that television. I got to do this. I got to do that.
Right. That's all ego driven.
Facts.
Well, I want my children to have what I didn't have. Okay, so material things.
I can buy happiness.
So have you done a soul inventory?
Is it on sale?
I know that's right. Shit. Can you afford that?
Right.
What experience do you think them babies are getting out of that? Because depending on, how, quote, quote, old your baby is. Now, what I remember from toddlers.
They don't remember nothing.
No, not that they don't remember. They don't give a fuck about none of that.
I know it. After they get it,
shit, they more enthralled on the box,
right?
The wrappings,
the wrappings, and they may play. And then the parents study like, oh, come on, Peanut, play with this, trying to force the baby to play with that bullshit that you done bought them that they really didn't ask for.
That's
and
ego.
Next you find the head cut off someplace.
That is ego.
Right.
And then you want to spank the baby for not giving a fuck about that raglan gift that you done went into debt over when all the baby wanted. A baby is just like a new soul coming into the realm. Okay, probably incarnated, but nonetheless, like, okay, Mom, Dad, I'm just happy to kick it with you. Shit, Mom, while you in the kitchen, I'm cool with just letting me sit on the floor or in the playpen and give me one of them pots. I see you over there cooking. Give me one of them empty pots and give me a spoon, whatever, and let me bang and drum. That's a perfect example of ego. Okay?
We can also place ego within society and all this bullshit that we keep consenting to.
Come on with it now.
The fact that we participate in anything, the fact that you go to the store and buy anything, fact that you turn on the TV, fact
Right.
that you buy gas, fact that you buy anything. Who is that energy going to? What all have you did in order to get the stuff that you think that you have or
Oop.
think that you need?
Oop.
It's so simple that it's complex.
True.
From the aspect that, once again, thoughts that somebody else has given you, an ego that somebody else has placed upon you, has you believing that you have to go along with any of this shit.
Right. With
That's
the
the problem.
bullshit.
Yeah, going along to get along or whatever.
And
Instead
really
of,
not even getting along, because you know somebody gonna have a motherfucking problem with you not getting along the way the fuck they feel you should be getting along. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
when we've been saying for years, all you gotta do is stop. Just don't play the game. But your ego tells you, well, I got to have this. I got to have that. They supposed to give me this. They supposed to give me that. They said they was gonna do this. They said they was gonna do that. Where's any accountability or responsibility for self? I mean, to me, like you was just mentioning about holidays and this so-called bullshit that just recently passed Juneteenth. People are taking pride in something that didn't actually happen.
Right.
But let's say the last of the slaves were freed then. What is that to be happy about? If it took for them to free you, they can make you a slave again.
Ooh.
And they still have control over your freedom.
That's what you're supposed to be doing. You're here to master and control self. Period. Not everybody else. But if you consent to being mastered and controlled, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
You can't
100%.
blame nobody but yourself.
Yep.
Because if you going to let a motherfucker get over on you, they going to get over on you.
And they're very cunning.
That's in nature. Survival of the fittest. If you weak or frail in any way, that's your ass.
Call that
you somebody's goddamn meal. And ain't that what we're being now? Somebody else's meal?
Yeah.
Need other entities feeding off of us and off of everything that we do?
Emotionally, yeah. Energetically, yeah.
Simple. Everything that you need to know is within you.
That is
Everything
correct.
that you need to observe is in nature.
Facts.
Our ancestors learned a lot of shit from simply observing nature.
Yeah.
That's why you have to get out the ego and be able to observe it if you're going to direct it in the right direction.
Right.
But I digress.
Thank you, Sean. I want to add to that. When you talk about observing nature, a lot of people reference scientists or science as a sense. But I forgot the name of the scientist, but he was sitting under a tree and he observed nature let go an apple fall on his head, and that's where he created gravity. So we may credit the science, but the same scientists they credit use nature to come to his understanding of the world.
That's a good example.
It's our ass to look at the person instead of look at what the person's looking at, which was nature. And that's where our ego has lost. Our ego is taken over because we're now saying we need to worship that individual because that individual brought us information. but that man was watching nature. He didn't tell you that. Well, he told you that, but you're not listening to that part of the
It's
message.
not connecting.
Right. You didn't hear him say, I was sitting under a tree thinking about what was going on. And then I got inspired, divine inspiration when nature showed me what was going on. That's what that story told me. But you just heard that whatever his name is found out gravity. So gravity exists.
Right. And the metaphysics behind what really happened is basically that was Newton, right? That got hit on the head with the apple. Okay, I was trying to remember. Okay, so supposedly and allegedly, if that really happened the way they say, because you know they be lying too. But
look what I found.
Right.
Look what you
Just saying that person discovered it, and that didn't necessarily need to be the case. But okay, Rhonda, stay focused.
That's the story, Auntie. That's the ego story.
Yeah, that's the ego story that they said. So I'm gonna go on and stick.
This white man discovered gravity. So yes,
right, and it ain't really gravity as density, but
right, exactly the science.
Right.
Science.
Okay, but the metaphysics with that really is what it's saying is Newton tuned in to the information.
Facts.
Okay, tuned in, so had a certain frequency to get the information. And as Newton tuned in to get the information, the frequency was tuned into that particular frequency. And so the universe responded.
Right.
By giving him the answer with the apple falling.
And the wisdom to understand what that all
exactly. Newton couldn't get that information in the ego.
Nope.
Couldn't get that information in the ego. Newton had to put the higher self, go to the true self, the higher self, and tap into those frequencies. And the universe responded and gave the answer. That's the metaphysics and esoteric.
And Auntie, I'll go another level ahead that. We all saw the movie Avatar. What did those people do? They sat in front of the wise tree, or whatever they called it, the big tree that they were trying to cut down. And they were using that to seek out their wisdom and information. So again, it's showing that nature is the core of the source of our genius. We're not geniuses on our own. We have to tap into nature, and thus it will reveal its secrets to us.
Well, that's your ego that just told you you're not a genius on your own. Okay.
Excusez-moi.
That's okay. We gon' keep reminding each other, goddammit, because we serious about what we say over here. When we say death to the ego, goddammit, we mean death to the ego. Because the ego will tell you that you're not a genius.
And Auntie, it's simple as that. Just those little negative
just them little see, the ego is a motherfucker, baby.
Just those little manifestations of knowing.
Tell you ain't shit. Who the fuck you saying ain't shit? I am the shit up in this motherfucker.
Check 1, 2.
Cause I am that I am. I created you, bitch. You didn't create me.
I define your existence.
So you're already genius. You already knew that this realm had density versus gravity.
I had to kill the ego to figure it out.
Okay. All right. But that was a great analogy. Okay.
Drop a bomb on us, Auntie. Drop a bomb on us. That was family right there.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. So that was a great example all the way around. Okay. So we become less focused on our own thoughts and feelings and more aware of the world around us and how everything is connected. Okay. So that Newton story fits this perfectly. All right. People who have ego death no longer feel like separate people. Instead, they feel they are part of something much bigger. This can be freeing, but it can also be scary and hard to deal with. During ego death, The walls we've built to protect ourselves fall down, leaving us feeling open and vulnerable. Okay, so how many times, just in your own experience, you don't want to be open and vulnerable? Now, your soul, you know it's something nagging at you, saying, bitch, be vulnerable. But that ego say, if you do that, you gonna get played. If you do that, they gonna think XYZ. Or if you do that, you're not ready for 1, 2, 3. That's your ego. But your soul is telling you, no, that's what you need to do. Let that shit go. All right? So that's your ego. Because the ego wants to keep feeling that comfort. The ego wants to keep playing out that script. As Brother Sean said, the ego wants to thrive, live via the Matrix script. But your soul is here just to experience the physical and to get lessons out of it for the purpose of your soul, yourself. That's why I make the statement, why would you do something going against yourself? That's what I mean when I say that.
You do it all the time.
Why would you do something against yourself? Okay, so you do it the first time. All right. Didn't work out. You're supposed to self-reflect. When I say self-reflect, not at the ego level, okay? Because if you self-reflect at the ego level, you're going to be all fucked up.
No, it's someone else's fault at that point.
Right. Or you knew you couldn't do that in the first place. You knew you weren't prepared to do X, Y, Z, 4, 5, 6, and the other.
You knew you weren't the shit. So
right. You knew you weren't the shit. Right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We could tie the ego in through religion also. As far as for what people are taught. You're born in sin.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
Very good.
And all the put downs that the Bible and religious texts have for you, how you're not worthy unless you do this, do that, the other.
Yeah.
And people take that shit literal. And they believe that they're born in sin or worthless.
You're in
debt, et cetera. Whatever put downs those books have in order to get you to give up your energy. You got people so confused that they're gladly giving away their energy and getting nothing in return.
It's part of this.
It's not even a fair energy exchange.
No.
The ego has been taught to believe that I got to go through all this.
Yep.
When you really don't have to go through all of that.
Yep.
But that's all part of the ego. I want to be a good Christian. I want to be a good Muslim. I want to do this, that, or the other so that the Lord loves me. I want to be able to worship at his feet for all of eternity. It's not even teaching you to have a high standard or to want anything out of life. It has you wanting to go somewhere and worship some other being for all of eternity. And the weakness of the ego and those aspects, that doesn't even benefit the ego.
That's true.
It don't benefit the body.
That's true.
Period. So that shows you right there that the ego can be destructive and counterproductive.
Very good.
It has a separate mission, period, than what the soul has.
That's right.
I digress.
Very good analogy. Very good analogy. Okay. All right. So during ego death, the walls we've built to protect ourselves fall down, leaving us feeling open and vulnerable. But this process is very important for personal growth and change. When we face our fears and let go of our attachments, we make room for new opportunities and feel more at peace. It's not easy to let go of your ego, but it's often the first step on the spiritual path to enlightenment. How do you experience an ego death? Everyone experiences ego death differently, but some typical causes or triggers are psychedelics, some type of meditation, sound baths, and out-of-body experiences. However, for some people, an ego death may occur quite naturally. Much like the first few seconds of a spiritual awakening, when you begin to understand that your soul is distinct from your ego. That's why I want to keep being clear. Your soul is distinct from your ego. Your soul is the true you.
The being within.
Your soul is beyond space and time. It always was. Your ego only exists in the physical realm.
In the now. Yeah.
And how you know that you're dealing with ego versus soul is a couple things. Number one, it's always a yin or yang or a duality situation. That's the first red flag that it's ego versus your soul. Or there's always a lacking of something or a limitation of something. Always or negative thinking. Okay.
Perspective.
And the main point is always doing things that's not in your best benefit.
Doing things that are safe.
And that's another good one, doing things that are safe. Okay. So when we say doing things that are safe, you're doing the safe thing, the comfortable thing, but that's still not in the best interest of your soul. Okay.
Part of the program.
I'll say that because that's a huge one right there. That's a huge one because comfort can definitely be ego. And how you know if comfort, you're doing things in a comfort mode, your actions are comfort mode, and it's ego driven if it's not in your best interest. That's how you know that's ego. Because the ego doesn't want to feel uncomfortable. Okay? And if you keep doing things, the same thing over and over and expecting different results, that's ego.
It's crazy.
Okay? All right. So, however, for some people, an ego death may occur quite naturally, much like the first few seconds of a spiritual awakening, when you begin to understand that your soul is distinct from your ego. If you can get this, you got it. And how you get this, that your soul is distinct from your ego, always do that ego inventory. Always. Okay? Prior to experiencing ego death, you must be clear on your objectives. What do you hope to accomplish? How do you intend to let go? And I'm just going to say you don't even have to do all that, because to be honest, that can get you in an ego trap. Okay. What are you most looking forward to getting out of the experience, in your opinion? Okay. So here's my advice. It's just my advice, just based on my experience. Your experience may be different. Just check in at your soul level. Okay. And you do that by, like Brother Sean said, you observe your thoughts and your feelings / emotions. So in other words, why am I thinking that way? Okay. And be still. And your soul is going to tell you. Your soul's going to tell you exactly what it is, all right? So I don't want y'all to think that you have to go into these exercises when you're doing your soul inventory versus that ego and putting the ego to death, or gaining control of ego to make it to what it works for you. All right? I don't want you to think that these are the only questions you need to ask, because again, what I want you all to remember, this ain't nothing that Rhonda is telling you that she done. You know what I'm saying? You already know this shit. You know it at the soul level. Soul don't need to be taught to do these things. The soul knows, because remember, the soul wrote this shit. Okay? So, all right, whatever person with this article, that's a little bit ego-ish to me. But, okay? All right, but anyhow, these catalysts have the ability to induce an altered state of consciousness where the ego is momentarily lost. Okay, so again, that's why I said these questions or these suggestions that they're giving you, they're just suggestions. They're not the end all to be all. That's why you tap into your soul level. Yes, sir. Yes, nephew.
I think what's most important is just checking yourself, checking the thought, not necessarily the question asked, but just the process of saying to self, hey, is this really necessary? Is this really needed for our journey? Like, for example, I'll get a thought and say, oh, I want to do blah, 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 blah. I'm like, but at the end of the day, that's not going to put me in this position. So why do I really want to do that? You know, I'm going to an event. Okay, do I really need to wear that outfit? Like, does it really matter if I wear that, or I can wear just this? Because at that point, you're realizing the thought and you are two different things. You got the thought, don't run with it. Check it. Ask the question, because that is going to now validate if it's for your spiritual journey or if it's just a ego thought that's being popped into your head to deter you from where you should go. You know, like for guys, for example, should I cheat on my woman? That's technically ego. Because again, if you were real, you would tell your woman what you're doing and you would have an open polygamous relationship. But your ego's telling you to cheat. But if you were to check that thought, you'd be like, if I cheat, I'm going to break up a nice home, you know, my family, my child. You'll start checking whether or not that's a good decision or not. But people get intoxicated. They don't check their egos and they just act on whatever their emotions or what they feel. So it's the questionnaire, the question in particular being asked, not necessarily important. It's the checking, it's the questioning the ego or the thought that is important.
Almost there.
What's up?
You was still an ego though. Because at the soul level, you already have those answers.
Correct.
And all you have to do is be still.
Right.
Observe the thought.
No, and that's what I mean. But if you're not even that person to be still and observe the thought, you're just going to take that thought. So that's what I mean. That you have to do that, what you're suggesting. Be still.
Yeah,
observe
be still.
That thought.
Be
because
still.
If you don't, that's where you're going to just be the ego. But you're showing ego that no, I'm not taking your thought. Hold on, wait. I'm gonna be still. I'm gonna think about this for a second. Is this going to be beneficial to me or not? That process right there is the death of the ego, because the ego doesn't have the free reign it has over your thought process anymore. You are now checking it.
Yeah.
So yes, you're right.
Okay, so let me back up. I'm gonna use that same example, but I'm gonna give you give an example of a exercise to the example that you gave.
All right.
So you're like, all right, I'm getting ready to cheat. Okay, I think that was what you said. Okay.
I'm a cheater. I'm going to cheat.
Okay, I'm a cheat. Yeah, I think that's what you said.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. Here's the cold thing about how cold you are, the true, authentic self. All you have to do is, like Brother Sean said, observe that thought.
Right.
Be still. And what the soul does is give you, or just remind you, it reminds you of why you're even having that motherfucking thought.
Oh.
That's how cold you are as a soul.
Because you already know.
You already know. That's the benefit of doing it at a soul level.
100.
You literally step back and you observe the thought, and your soul, you be still, and your soul is going to tell you, this is why you having that thought. Mm-hmm. And your soul so motherfucking cold with it, it'll even show you a vision of a past life that something happened, on why that thought occurred, and or future event. If you choose that route, that's the benefit of going at the soul level. The ego would never fucking give you that.
It just wants you to lust. It wants you to be in that feeling.
It ain't even about the lusting. It's about, okay, well, you could do this, you could do that, you can do this, you can do that, you could, but it's all bullshit answers. Because at a soul level, I want to fucking know what's the fuck up with this thought. That's the difference. That's why you operate out of your soul level. Because once you get them soul answers, there's nothing else to be discussed.
Facts.
Okay. But that was a perfect example.
Thank you, Auntie, for clearing.
No. That I thank you for that, brother. I truly, truly appreciate you for that. That's the difference. So there ain't nothing in this realm that you don't have the answer to.
Nada.
You just have to step out of that ego, observe that thought, be still.
Right.
And I promise you, your soul is going to give you the answer, because that's you giving yourself the answer.
Or giving you the time to freaking listen to it, because it's always there.
It's always there.
Shut the ego up one time.
It's always there. Okay? Because the ego can be very, very tricky. That character can be very, very tricky. But I'm going to tell you something. Your soul is so cold. Your soul, when you started out that example and you said, should I cheat? That was your fucking soul saying, I'm going to use myself as an example. Bitch, you better get your ass back up here and observe what the fuck you just said. Stop playing, okay?
What?
Stop playing. Rhonda the character, stop fucking playing, bitch. That's your soul right there telling you. Okay, check in. Yeah, now what the fuck's up with that? Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, shit. Okay, well, damn. Got it.
Right.
Your soul will always tell you what you need to do. But it's that ego that'll shut it out and give you all these other bullshit ass answers that destroy you.
Look at that ass.
Well, from the perspective, not destroy you, okay? Because
like
this is just an experience, okay? But it'll take you further from what your soul path is.
You're gonna be coming back again to redo that class, basically.
Nobody will know. You know, it's only between you and her. Nobody will know.
Let's take it off that level. Let's take it off that level.
She gets open real quick.
No, because by that point, it's still bullshit.
Right.
That ain't the fucking lesson. You know who you fucking. That ain't the fucking lesson.
No.
That's not the lesson.
It's not what you came for.
The lesson is you checking in with your soul. Why did you even have that particular thought?
Yeah. Right, exactly.
That's the fucking lesson.
It's on your soul.
At a soul level, oh, well, you know why you had that thought? Come on now, tell me so. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Let me show you what happened in the past, or, you know, this is what you need to resolve. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
You're emotionally weak in this area, so we got to build up that particular.
That's what's important. Because the actions is just a result of the ego and the thoughts and the feelings.
The thought and the emotion. That's what you have control of. Again, the ego is going to react emotionally. So you're going to do it, because I feel right. Oh, she looks right. But if you were to, as you said, stop, think about it, and quiet the mind, you'll hear the why not. No, that's not a good reason. You shouldn't do this because, you're this. No. If you take the time and literally stop and quiet the mind, shut the ego out.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. That's the difference. That was a great analogy, though, nephew. Yeah. But your soul and already told you to do the inventory. Check in with me, bitch.
Yeah, check in.
Because you just said, should I do thus and thus? So, okay, then. Check in with me.
Yeah.
Give me a moment of your free thought.
Because you already know. I promise you already know. The true you, that's the soul, you already know. And to be honest, the ego already know. But the ego, wants to play games, wants to give it a life of itself. This, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. That's why it is important for you to understand what's ego and what's soul. And as you are experiencing and growing even more spiritually in this realm, your soul is going to always be the truth. Always. Okay? All right.
That's still small voice, huh?
Right, we be knowing. We be knowing, when that gut feeling.
Yeah.
Should have listened to myself.
Right. I told your ragla ass not to do XYZ, but no, your ego said 4, 5, and 6. Now you sitting over there looking dumb.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. And wondering why you did it. Because you hard hit it.
No, because you in your ego.
Right. That's right. You're in that ego.
You letting the ego drive.
You didn't check in.
Right. You didn't check in. But I told the soul, your higher self, the true you, told you to check in. Either with that gut feeling or just some eerie vibe you got, or just that simple question nephew brought up. should I?
Right.
Okay, let me back up and go check in
Because you have that
with
moment.
my soul.
You have that moment to reflect and say, hold on a second, before I go that direction, should I?
You don't even have to tell the soul, should I go this direction? Because all you have to do is, again.
That's the ego talking.
That's the ego. See, now you getting it. See, goddammit, I know you grad school level. Yeah, that's ego talking. Because ego will have you going down the rabbit hole and then you still fuck the nigga and you in the wrong.
Right, because remember, it's about consent, Auntie.
Yeah,
remember,
still.
Ego can't do nothing unless it gets consent from you.
Exactly.
So it's like, hey, and we
exactly.
Did we go cheat? Come on, man. It's right there. It's right there.
Exactly. Because the soul already done gave you, okay, you got that question.
Well, the soul already gave you the family, already gave you that position that you have. Ego is now wanting to express itself and wanting to, go back to its life of being heard.
Yep. All right. Okay, so where did we go? Okay, in this state, we are able to let go of all our attachments to our egos and see things from a different angle. This is why you always check in at the soul level. And that's why I said that it's not about the sex itself.
No.
Because that's an attachment.
Third world.
That's an attachment. Okay? That's what our ego told us we needed to do. What did your motherfucking soul tell you needed to do? Okay?
Right.
All right. Once the ego has been destroyed, we can see the truth of reality and our place in it. What are the stages of ego death? Awakening. Spiritual awakening is usually the first stage of ego death. All right. This is why I don't have these types of conversations with folks that aren't into spirituality. They're not ready, because not only is it a spiritual awakening thing, but it's also a frequency, right?
Right. Because it's the highest frequency when you have the love and you listen to your soul guide you
Absolutely.
through this.
Absolutely.
And Auntie, you're talking to people that are 100% listening to their ego. So you're talking.
Yeah, see, you're not gonna have my motherfucking nerves bad, baby.
Right.
And so they stay down. They don't rise up above their mistakes, and they'll repeat them over and over again until they start listening to their soul.
Right.
Because
and that's your right as a soul. You do you, baby. Rock on.
And normally egos need to stay within a group. They need to be or they need to have other people identify with them to be comfortable. They need approval
Agreed.
outside of themselves for approval. That's how the ego works.
I agree. And who knows that your particular experience rather may be that you and your soul family, as y'all was, in Earth school, maybe that's the script that you wrote.
Could very well be. You're right.
And that's all good. You do you, baby. But I'm going to tell you something. When you do run across people that don't have to really say nothing, you like, damn, I did X, Y, Z. And it's like putting you on notice. And you feel a certain fucking type of way about it. Better go check in with your soul. Because are you a part of that soul family? And that's your soul family reminding you, motherfucker, you off script. What the fuck is this ego shit? That ain't what the fuck we wrote in this. You off script. And how you know whether or not that's the case, because if it's nagging you and bothering you, you know what your peeps is telling you is true. Maybe part of your soul family and your motherfucking ass is off script. Now, what you want to do with that, that's on you. But I'm just telling you, nigga, let me tell you one thing.
Nigga.
That ain't what we wrote in the script, and I ain't got it to do with you. You understand me? Now, what you do with it is your thing. But I ain't fucking with that, okay? We didn't put no slow motherfuckers in this group. Get your shit together.
No
Get
special
your shit
eds.
together.
No.
Right. God damn it, shit. You 4th grade down here, nigga. We in the 12th.
Right.
Now, if you want to be in the 4th, you go on and be in the 4th. Now, God damn it, here's this contract amendment.
Right.
And you go on to play in that world. But motherfucker, as long as you in this group, you gonna be on this motherfucking level. We in the 12th grade. We ain't in the 4th.
We're off the board. Get that straight.
We don't fuck around with 4th grade shit. All right? So, spiritual awakening is usually the first stage of ego death. Mm-hmm. We then begin to doubt our presumptions about the world and our position within it.
Necessary. Very necessary.
That's why I can say and scream like a banshee, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. About none of that shit. I really want some. I feel that. Now, this Rhonda's ego. Where my motherfucking check?
You know what I'm saying?
With that, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Hey, about none of that shit. Shit.
Shout out, Scotty.
That's where that comes from me personally. Okay? Because my concern is my soul level, who I truly am, experiencing this particular 3D as my authentic self. Mm-hmm. All right? We start to question our long-held ideas when we start to see things in a new light. Okay? Hence, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit.
None of that shit.
This can be a confusing experience, but it's also the first step in realizing what reality really looks like.
This is not what they told us.
No. Okay. Dark night of the soul. Now, so when y'all hear people say this, now you hopefully finna know what they mean by this. Dark night of the soul. The dark night of the soul is a generic term for the second stage of ego death.
Dark night of the soul.
Everything we have clung onto in our life seems to be falling apart at this point, which is a period of great dread and insecurity.
Yeah.
Okay. So remember when we talked about earlier, I was running down for you on some of the symptoms of when you're in ego versus when you're at the soul level. Your soul level, which is who you truly are, there's never going to be any doubt at your soul level. No fear. And you always have the answers.
Facts.
Okay? That's your soul level. That's who you truly are. Okay?
Auntie?
Yes, nephew.
From what I'm feeling is basically when you're going through peril and tribulation, is that's the greatest point in your journey. Because at that point, you're killing off or something's decaying, dying. You're now getting the opportunity to have a different perspective, a new perspective, because you went through, as you said, a hardship. Because it's not hard, really. It's not, okay. They told us to look at these hardships as something peril, something worse, something bad. But now it's really, no, that's what we need to upgrade. That's now the journey. For example, you got a test. Some people dread tests because you know why you didn't study. But if you studied, you're like, okay, this is an easy test. I can bam that out no quickly. I'll get my A and I can move on. But if you didn't study, that test becomes very dreadful. So a lot of we've been taught to see these tribulations as a bad situation, but it's a test. And if you did your schoolwork, if you did your homework, then it's an easy pass and you move on. So something bad happens in your life. If you have a positive disposition and you look at it as, say, okay, my car broke down, but you know what? I have money. I can get to where I'm going. And you know what? I need a new car anyways. That's where you've graduated because you didn't see the negative in it. But if you didn't graduate, you'd be like, oh my God, my car broke down. What am I going to do? I don't know what to do. And you go down that route. So it's really the tribulation that we're going through is not the problem. It's how you're perceiving it. If you see it negatively, that's your ego saying, yeah, we're not going to make it, bro. But if you kill the ego, then it's like, all right, I'm in this situation. Okay. There's a new, as you say, one door closes, there's another door open. I don't know what that door is going to be, but you know what? I'm happy that at least I have that opportunity to walk through it. That's how we're supposed to look at it.
Okay. But that's still ego, nephew.
All right.
This is a good ass discussion, y'all. For real. For real. This is the shit. I ain't finna sit up here and lie. Because all you have to do again, observe the thought.
Right.
The soul is going to give you the answer. There's no test that can be given to your soul that it don't already know the answers to.
That's fact.
Okay. So when we talk about this whole point of great dread and insecurity, it's because of all of what you just went through with the test. And if you did this, if you did that, if you turned here, if you turned there, God damn it, if you swung around this way, that's ego. You got to let all that shit go because it don't fucking matter.
All right.
Because that's the ego telling you, in order for you to pass this test, bitch, I need you to do A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, polybrew Francais, line dance, this, that, and the other, step, turn around, kick, ball chain, kick. And the soul sitting back saying, bitch, no. No. Here it is. See, that's the difference.
Got you.
The insecurity comes in when the ego is like, I don't know what to do. I don't know. I know, ego, you don't know what to fucking do.
So shut the fuck up.
That's why you're coming up with all of these ball chain, flip, do the jazz hands, do this, do that, do crunk. And the soul like, I don't need any of that.
Right. I understand where you're coming from.
Okay. That's the soul that has the insecurity or the dreadfulness.
The ego, you mean?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Ooh, I'm sorry. Ooh, shit. Yes, take that back. God damn it. Shit. Yes, that's the ego that has the insecurity and the dread. The soul is whole.
Right.
Okay? All right.
Thank you.
Yep. Nope. That's okay. I'm glad we're having these conversations because it takes practice. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Michael Jackson about the man in the mirror.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm going to look at that mirror. I'm going to tell that man in the mirror that he has to change his ways. Because if he wants to be a better self, he has to change his ways. And so you have to listen to that man in the mirror, so to speak, or your soul to say, hey, if you want to be better, you will have to change your ways.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking to you.
Yeah.
I'm looking for the soul in the mirror. I'm looking for me.
Right.
It already knows the answer. It's telling you need to change your ways.
But ego's going to tell you, okay, here's the problem. Here's the options. You could do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
It won't be that bad. That's what it says. It won't be that bad.
If we don't
And
do
because you prepared, you know, if you do this option, you gonna be all right. And the soul, like, listen, baby, let me tell you one thing. God damn it, I wrote that scenario. So how you gonna listen to the ego and ignore the soul when the soul wrote any scenario that the ego can fucking think of?
For sure.
It is a character. And that character wants to keep living. So that's why when you do the death of the ego, that's where the insecurity comes into play. The self-doubt. Not wanting to be vulnerable. Or whatever lack. If it's lacking, that's ego. Because your soul is whole. No, baby, no, that is that way because XYZ, da 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 da. And instantly, you're going to know that you know. Okay? It may appear as though we are lost in a pitch black forest with no light to lead the way. Okay? That's the ego. I'm lost. I'm lost. Where's my options? I'm lost. I'm lost. But the soul, yeah, here you go. Yep. Okay. Oh, all right. Got it. Oh, okay. So that's why I even had that scenario on the ego level. Got it. Okay. This is why the ego always needs to be fed. Okay. During this phase, negative feelings like depression and anxiety may become very powerful. Okay, so I'm going to just read this again because we're talking about the symptoms of death to the ego, and they call it dark night of the soul. The dark night of the soul is a generic term for the second stage of ego death. Everything we have clung onto in our life seems to be falling apart at this point, which is a period of great dread and insecurity. It may also appear as though we are lost in a pitch black forest with no light to lead the way. During this phase, negative feelings like depression and anxiety might become very powerful. We will eventually discover a way out of it if we can accept the gloom and have faith that there is light at the end of the tunnel. The darkness is just a part of the journey. It is not our enemy, okay? So, and they're going to get into it down here. So just as your experience, okay, just kind of think of it like, and your experience may be different, but think of it like it is literally a part of what you thought was you that's dying, okay? And you're depressed because you, quote, quote, that false self of you, that ego, you're no longer going to rely on it. Okay? It doesn't become your main truth. Okay? So that particular character, that ego character, goes into a sense of depression. But just some tips. As you're in this death of the ego or the dark night of the soul, and you get in that depression and that anxiety, keep checking in with your soul?
Auntie.
Yes, nephew.
Analogy that came to mind is a caterpillar and a butterfly.
Mm-hmm.
Ego is considered the caterpillar. Butterfly is considered spirit or self. When you're in the caterpillar stage, you're only seeing things from a caterpillar perspective. You don't even know that a butterfly exists yet. Yet still, the butterfly knows it's going to be a butterfly. It's a stage. You have to go into that cocoon stage where you basically kill the caterpillar.
Very good example.
And in that stage, that quietness, you get to become that greatness that you are, the butterfly.
The butterfly.
Because if you don't kill the caterpillar, the ego, you'll never become that butterfly. And if you don't go through that stage of quietness, that stillness, you'll never gain what is required to become said butterfly, become the wise self that you actually are. So only after you've killed ego, the caterpillar, can you become that butterfly. And the stage that we're in right now is the cocoon stage. Remember, there's no one in there but you. There's no ego, there's no friends, there's none of that. You have to turn inwardly. And only at that point do you get to blossom back into what you really were in the first place, the butterfly. We all know, we see a caterpillar, that's a butterfly we're looking at. In a stage of caterpillar. You can maintain that stage, but you're probably going to get eaten at the end of the day. If you stay a caterpillar, you're going to get eaten.
Damn,
but if you can wait long enough, if you can endure long enough, go through the hardship of a caterpillar, and then what would you get? The peace of being in the cocoon. And in that quiet stage of being in that cocoon, do you get the wisdom? Do you manifest and transform into that butterfly? How are you?
That's a beautiful analogy. And it makes sense why you gave more sense, nephew, tonight of the caterpillar to butterfly scenario from a spiritual perspective than I have ever heard. And shout out to It's a Mindset saying the cocoon is the shadow work.
Right. Yes.
The butterfly is transcendence.
Right. The physical transcendence. You now see it in physical form.
The physical, exactly. So
isn't that awesome?
Isn't that awesome? That shit the motherfucking bomb. Let me get that again. And then I'm finna sing my other auntie's song. Cause that's why, damn, now that song makes so much more sense to me. I know y'all know it, by Denise Williams, Black Butterfly. Black Butterfly. So you can rise up even higher.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so go back and listen to that song, Black Butterfly by Denise Williams. Damn, that was a great analogy. God damn it, we should have rewrote this. Shit! That was good. Okay? So imagine if you stay stuck at that caterpillar level, you don't even have the concept of the butterfly and how beautiful it is. Okay?
And as a caterpillar, you're only crawling on things. As
on your belly.
You get to fly. You're above all those things.
Exactly.
You're on your belly.
And I think that even that song Black Butterfly, goddamn it, I'm gonna have to look up the lyrics. All right, hold on a second.
See, if you're in the house, drop that freaking link.
God damn it. Now I'm finna look up the lyrics. All right, nephew, what else you got to put on it? Brother Sean, you got something to put on it? So now I got to find Black Butterfly lyrics, God damn it, because it says something about your soul in that song. Also, if I'm...
Well, Auntie, I'll just say that it goes back to what we said earlier about looking at nature. It's right there in our faces.
Yeah, this is it. Shit, this song explains it. Ooh, child. God damn it. I knew that was my song for something. All right. Let's look at these lyrics. Okay, so this by my other auntie. She don't know she my auntie. Out of Gary, Indiana. This is one of your own. Denise Williams. Black Butterfly, Morning Light, Silken Dream, Take Flight. As the darkness gives way to the dawn, you've survived. Now your moment has arrived. Now your dream has finally been born. Black butterfly, sail across the waters. Tell your sons and daughter what the struggle brings. Black butterfly, set the skies on fire. Rise up even higher so the ageless winds of time can catch your wings.
Mm-hmm.
While you slept, the promise was unkept. But your faith was as sure as the stars. Now you're free, and the world has come to see just how proud and beautiful you are. Black butterfly, sail across the waters. Then yeah. So, okay, so catch your wings. Let the current lift your heart and send it soaring. Write the timeless message clear across the sky so that all of us can read it and remember when we need it. That a dream conceived in truth can never die.
Bum, 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 bum.
Butterfly. Okay, ain't got my singing voice on tonight. But anyhow. Okay, so I kind of like that. Let the current lift your heart and send it soaring. Write the timeless message clear across the sky so that all of us can read it and remember when we need it.
Cashapp Records.
Thank you. Very good, nephew. That a dream conceived in truth can never die.
Facts.
Butterfly. So now what's more kind of seemed like soul purpose? This or that other bullshit that the ego be talking about?
Jeebus.
Because now you're free and the world has come to see just how proud and beautiful you are. Black butterfly, sail across the waters. Tell your sons and daughter what the struggle brings.
Right. The truth. Uncompromised.
Black butterfly, set the skies on fire. Rise up even higher so the ageless winds of time can catch your wings. Fly, butterfly, fly. All right.
Rise in vibration, because that's where you should be, high. You should never have been low in the first place.
Okay. So go listen to the song. It's really, she sings it flawlessly, beautiful. But it's a very, very beautiful song. Okay. All right. So the darkness is just a part of the journey. Okay. So thank you, nephew, for that. Oh my God. So now I'm going to always think of death of the ego in terms of the butterfly, caterpillar.
The canoe. Being in the canoe stage.
Yeah. The
cocoon, sorry. Cocoon.
Yeah, the cocoon. I knew what you meant. No
the
worries.
wrong vowel in the wrong place.
No worries, nephew. No worries. So yeah, I'll always think of that as the evolution of a caterpillar to a butterfly. Right?
It's right in our face. That's nature right there.
Yeah, right there. So the darkness is just a part of the journey. It is not our enemy.
Right. It's not your place to stay.
Again, darkness is just a part of the journey. It's not your enemy. Okay? Letting go.
Facts.
We begin to let go of our attachments to objects in the third stage of ego death. We come to the conclusion that our possessions, relationships, and even our own lives are not as significant as we once believed. We start to realize that we are part of the world rather than something distinct from it. We feel lighter and more liberated as we let go of our attachments.
Because you know you're a butterfly.
Right, because didn't that caterpillar get a hell of a lot lighter?
Right.
When it transformed into that butterfly,
right.
That caterpillar had to go into that cocoon, which would be the darkness, which is that shadow work. And shout out to who put that in there. I think it's a mindset put that in there. Shout out to you. That was a hell of a thing
Sean,
too.
all the way though. He's tapping into what Uncle Sean's tapped into because Uncle Sean been talking about shadow work.
Exactly. All right. But when that butterfly emerges, okay, that's equivalent to, that's why it's light. All right. But that's equivalent to you operating at the soul consciousness level. You're operating as the authentic you. I'm going to say that again. Thank you, nephew, again for this analogy. It's a perfect analogy.
I'm just a reciprocator. It ain't mine.
So the death of the ego, when you come out of that caterpillar state and you go into doing that shadow work,
right?
Okay? And you keep doing that work, no matter how much anxiety you're feeling, depression, woo-woo this, that, third, and the other, that's that shadow work. Once you come out of that and you transform into the butterfly, just reminded me, which is one of my tats, but I knew why I was doing it when I did it. Okay, that's ego talking, but none of my fucking less.
Ego only exists in the caterpillar stage.
So
it's killed in the cocoon stage, and now you are your true essence as a butterfly.
Exactly, the true you. You're operating at the soul level in this physical realm.
Facts.
Okay. All right. That's why you have to let go of the attachments, those egos and, the ego, all that bullshit. Okay.
Well, now you know where the system is trying to maintain your energy or where the system is able to eat off of you. Because that's the thing. Most prey eats off the caterpillar. Like you don't eat off the butterfly. They can't catch the butterfly.
Right.
Eat you as a caterpillar. So they need you to maintain that low vibration, that ego stage of mindset, because at that stage you haven't cocooned yet and you're not a butterfly yet. So you're perfect prey.
Right. Exactly. Okay. All right. So seek and explore. After the shock and the disorientation of the first 3 stages of ego death, things could start to make sense. You might find that you are now interested in people, events, and information that you used to avoid. This occurs when your previous conception of who you are and how the world works no longer feels accurate, leading you to investigate various modes of existence in search of a fresh sense of self. During this process, it's important to be kind to yourself because it can be hard and confusing. There is no right or wrong way to approach this, and you will eventually decide what is best for you. Trust your gut. Remember, I told you that gut, that's your soul. Trust your soul and give yourself permission to be receptive to new ideas, okay? So even when you're in seek and explore, always do soul inventory, because your soul, the real true you, has all of the answers, okay? All right, rebirth. Rebirth is the word used to describe the last step of ego death.
Yeah, cocoon.
At this point, we let go of our previous identities and transition into a new way of being.
Facts.
With a fresh perspective on who we are and the world around us, it could feel as though we have been reborn.
Right.
It has the potential to be interesting and life-changing, but it is also scary and hard to understand. We all go through painful but essential process of ego dying at some point in our lives. Although it is difficult, it is necessary for transformation and personal growth.
Yeah.
By overcoming our concerns and letting go of our attachments, we give ourselves access to fresh opportunity and a deeper sense of calm. Okay, so that was kind of a little bit too lightish for me, because when you do death of ego, which by default gives you a rebirth, it is literally you operating in this physical experience as the true, authentic you. Okay? You don't need any of the ego with the society built-in rules. Okay? Y'all call it now capping. Y'all call it capping. We called it fronting back in the day. Okay? It's literally a rap song. Ain't no future in you fronting. You don't need none of that. Don't matter what nobody say, all of that type of shit. Don't matter. What is your soul saying? Okay? All right. How can you prepare for an ego death? The process of letting go of our finite sense of self is known as ego death. Even though it has the potential to be very life-changing, it often comes with feelings of confusion, fear, and uncertainty. Okay, so we talked about that. Yep.
Comfortable, being uncomfortable.
Yep. If you're thinking of taking this journey, it's important to be as prepared as you can be. Here are step-by-step guide to preparing for this change. Okay, so now I'm just going to, before I go into this, I don't want you to think that this is the end all to be all right?
Guidelines.
Okay, so I'm going to see what they say. Okay. Let's see. Let the process happen. It is necessary to have an open mind before making any other preparations for ego death. Maintain an open mind to the possibility that your interpretation of the world around you and the things you believe to be true about yourself and the wider world may shift. And that you may have to relinquish some of them ideas.
That's okay. That's okay.
Okay, now, just out of my personal experience, I'm in agreement with that.
Me too.
Identify your goals and work towards them. This list, what I'm telling you, when you go to the soul level, you don't have to go to this soul level with a list.
No.
Okay? So tread carefully with this. Take what you need, take what resonates with you, but do not think it's the end all to be all, because your soul knows already what it knows.
Ask the question. Quiet your mind, ask the question.
And you don't even have to ask the question. You just quiet your mind.
All right.
That's all you have to do, quiet your mind. And you, the true, authentic you, i.e. your soul's just gonna ramble that shit off. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
So, Auntie.
Yes, nephew.
It then shows why they're so adamant about giving us all these distractions so that we don't have that ability or that convenience of quieting the mind.
Absolutely.
You games, television, you have social media, all this other stuff. It doesn't really promote to shut up and quiet the mind.
Absolutely. That's why it takes practice.
Dedication.
To be in stillness. It takes practice. And it's going to be frustrating as fuck.
Hard.
Right? Okay? But you'll get there, however, whatever method you decide to use. So if these questions help you get there, you're good. Okay? But I just want you to be aware, rather, that these questions aren't the end all, be all, and you don't need them because your soul already knows.
Yeah, don't limit yourself. Tap in.
Right. It's very good, nephew. Because the soul is the all. There isn't any duality. There isn't any lack. Anytime you have duality and lack, you know that's ego. All right. So let's just go through some of these questions. Right. It's just a guide. It's not the end all be all. All right. Do you desire a deeper understanding of who you are?
Yes.
Do you want to enlighten yourself spiritually?
Yes.
Or maybe you just want to experience something new and let go of your ego.
Wisdom is necessary.
You can start intellectually and emotionally preparing for the event once you are aware of what you intend to gain from it. Okay, now I'm going to be honest with y'all. Only giving you from experience. When you get into deeper understanding of who you are, get ready.
Right.
It's finna be some deep shit.
Scary in your words.
And it's not even going to be scary. When you at that soul level, it ain't scary. It ain't about the fear.
The letting go, though. That's what's hard.
Bingo.
The trusting in yourself, not what the ego told you to trust it.
Bingo. Right? The most crucial thing to keep in mind is that the ego death is not about obtaining perfection.
100.
Because, see, the ego knows you're already all of that. Okay? Perfection and perfection, because the soul is already complete. It's whole. So that's the ego that says, I need to be perfect.
Right.
Okay? Because if I feel I need to be perfect, that means I feel I lack something, right?
100. That's correct.
That's ego. That's not your soul, right? It involves letting go of your ego's attachment and allowing yourself to be open to new options. With that in mind, be ready to let go of all your preconceived notions and enter the experience with an open heart and mind. Okay? Look for information. Now, I'm not finna lie. This the shit right here.
Right
Okay.
here.
Look for information. Looking for information is among the best approaches to prepare for an ego death. We can better prepare ourselves by learning about the ego's nature, its function in our life, and how it might be liberated. Okay, that's why, as Brother Sean said early on, observe your thoughts, your feelings, and your emotions. Okay, observe them. And I just added to that, be in that stillness as you're observing.
You need to be.
Okay. Furthermore, learning from individuals who have gone through ego death can help us better understand what to anticipate and how to handle the event. Researching the topic is worthwhile because there are a lot of materials available. We can better prepare for the experience if we have a clearer knowledge of what ego death is and how it might be addressed. Okay, so I agree with all of this and with information. You could definitely, you could do the YouTube thing. You could get books. The book, The Power of Now, is a pretty good one. Okay. Now, again, you don't have to do this. It's up to you. All right. Okay. Dig deep within yourself. Deep inner work is necessary to get ready for ego death. To do this, we must confront our anxieties, insecurity, and shadow selves.
What?
Okay. We talked about that.
Very familiar.
We can only expect to overcome our inner demons by facing them head on.
Ooh, your inner what?
Right. You mean them inner programs?
What?
Although this procedure can be uncomfortable, it is necessary for progress.
What? Auntie, it's not something within my comfort level that I need to do. It's something I got to be uncomfortable to do. What?
And even when something makes you comfortable, what would be your suggestion?
Let's find a difficult route. I've learned that comfort level is not necessary. I'm here to be the hardship, to do the hard work. What someone else is not willing to do, that's my position. That's where I.
So, if something is uncomfortable, what should you do?
Maintain that position.
That's ego. I love these fucking conversations.
What do you mean? I'm in my cocoon stage. It's uncomfortable. What do you mean?
Because it should have been. Let me check with the ego.
I see what you mean.
See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm comfortable. Let me
Should I be?
sit with that thought. Let me observe that thought. Don't even sit with it. Let me observe it.
Let me be quiet. Let me be still.
And let me be still. And your soul's going to give you that answer.
That's a fact.
Okay. All right. Believe what you feel. When it comes to ego death, your intuition, that's your soul.
What? They said the word. Oh my God.
That is your soul is your best teacher.
Intuition. They don't have anything to measure that. They don't really know what that is. But they did say you have to reference it.
Okay? That's why all throughout this discussion about ego, and we're going over these scenarios, we're making the distinction of what is ego. What's that ego thinking?
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
You are not that ego. Know that.
Your intuition, meaning your soul, the true, authentic you, is your best teacher. Why is it your best teacher? Because your soul wrote the shit. Your ego didn't create the soul. Your ego didn't write the script. Your soul wrote it.
Auntie?
Yes, nephew.
In layman terms, your soul is off the board. Your ego is the pawn on the board.
Say that again, nephew.
Your soul is off the board. It's viewing the board. Your ego is the pawn that's on the board that's being played. You can tap in and ask the ego and ask yourself, where should I go? Or where should the ego be put? Where should I put the ego? Or you can just allow the ego to be played wherever the system tells you the pawn should be played. The ego should act.
Can you be the queen on the board and it be ego?
Yes.
Very good.
You're still a player on the board.
Very good.
Thank you.
You got it.
We got it.
All right. So your soul, aka they're saying intuition, is your best teacher. Trust your gut, trust your soul, and allow yourself to be open to new ideas as you get ready for the event. Now, I'm going to caution you here when it says follow your emotions and let go of any expectations that you might have about the event. Because emotions...
tied to the ego. It's
tied to the ego. Oh, God damn it, nephew. God damn it, nephew. God damn it, nephew. Can you tell me what those emotions are tied to again?
Tied to that low vibration ego.
Very good. Okay.
Be on it, Nancy. Be on it.
You follow your intuition. You follow your gut. You do an inventory, a soul inventory of your emotions and your feelings. Okay? Everyone will have a unique experience with ego death because it is a highly personal journey. So trust your soul, i.e. gut, and let things happen as they do. Okay? Don't be too hard on yourself. It is both lovely and scary to experience ego death. It's when you understand that everything you've been clinging to is a figment of your imagination.
What? I'm making this shit up, Andy. Is that what you're telling me?
That's that character. Because remember, this shit is an experience. It's a matrix.
Right.
All of your beliefs, assumptions, and assurances disappear, leaving you with nothing but life as it is. To put it mildly, the experience is confusing.
Okay. Hell.
All right? But that's the way you wrote it.
And Auntie, it's only really confusing because, let's say, we're not being society is not giving us that opportunity to stay within a higher frequency. That's the only.
Is that
or we, as you would say, I'm not.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. That's okay. That's okay.
I'll get it.
Yeah, that's okay. These are great conversations. Very, very good conversations. All right. Afterwards, the world feels different. Possibly not in a negative way, but undoubtedly in a way that will require some getting used to. So as you go through this process, it's crucial to be patient with yourself. Allow yourself some time to get used to the new situation. Any feelings that arise without condemnation or resistance should be allowed to surface. And do you know why they say that? Any feelings that arrive without condemnation or resistance?
Why is that, Auntie?
That's because it's coming from the soul level. Because the soul doesn't lack. The ego does.
Yeah, parasite.
The soul doesn't judge. The ego does.
Facts.
Okay.
Oh, so Auntie, you're saying when it says that no one else can judge me but God, what you're really saying is the soul is not going to judge, only ego?
Exactly. Because the soul wrote the script.
Yeah.
So there ain't nothing that the ego finna teach the soul. Ain't nothing that the ego finna show the soul. It ain't nothing that the ego can judge the soul about, motherfucker. I wrote you.
That's like the same saying, there's nothing new under the sun. The soul is the sun, and you're trying to say, oh, I can teach you something new, son. No, you can't. I know what's going on. Ego, just chill.
Exactly. Right? Have faith that eventually everything will make sense once more. Okay. All right. So that was good on don't be too hard on yourself. Oh, damn, it's 12 o'clock. Yeah. Well, I don't know your time, but
it is.
We're over 5 hours. All right, fam. I only got a couple other things. Y'all know how it go when we really be getting into stuff. And we actually started the lecture on time tonight. quote time. What is an example of ego death? A person may experience it when they reach their lowest point and are forced to reflect, for example. But the most frequent and straightforward way to do it is by using, you know what, Rhonda, that's ego. Shut the fuck up. By using specific drugs, compounds with psychedelic properties, such as ketamine and LSD and magic mushrooms. All right, so you do that as you may, but I'm telling you, you don't have to use drugs to do this. Again, you are the soul, not the ego.
All those drugs do is quiet the ego enough for you to hear.
Shit. Say that again, nephew. You on fire.
All those drugs do is quiet the ego long enough for you to hear spirit. That's it.
Very good. Very, very good. Okay. What does it mean to experience ego death? Your self or conscious mind is referred to your ego. Ego death, therefore, entails losing your sense of self. Now, I don't know what the fuck they talking about. Child, I would have to rewrite this article. That's your ego, scratch this the fuck out. Oh, shit. This is wrong. That's wrong. Your ego is the character, fam. We done already sat and discussed this. Your true self is your soul. Okay? That's the true you. All right? You have forgotten your true, authentic self, and you relied more on the character, the ego.
Yeah.
So when you deaden that character, that's the death. It's not the death of your conscious mind. Your conscious mind, the true you, the true self, is at that soul level. Your consciousness is the soul. All right? So whoever wrote this article, you got some work to do. So again, the ego is the character. That's the character that you wrote in your soul contract, i.e., this movie script we're calling the physical 3D earth. It is not you.
No.
It is separate from your soul. Your soul is the true, authentic you.
Correct.
Okay? So when you have death of the ego, it's death of the false self. So when you hear people talk about your false self, that's what they're talking about, your fucking ego.
100.
Okay? All right. So it says, what stages do you experience in ego death? Ego death takes place in phases. And if one is brave enough to pursue it, it will eventually lead to the experience of self-realization, nirvana, oneness, spiritual ascension, and spiritual enlightenment. And so I'll just ask the Jeopardy question. I was fencing to get an answer, but I'll answer the Jeopardy question. So when you are experiencing these things, self-realization, nirvana, oneness, spiritual ascension, or enlightenment, what does that mean? Why are you experiencing those things?
You just killed the ego.
Exactly. What can only experience these things? What can only experience self-realization, nirvana, oneness, spiritual ascension, and enlightenment?
Higher consciousness, your true self.
And what's your true self?
Spirit? What do you call it?
Spirit / soul. It's your soul.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, because then you reference the movie Soul, where we're all that collective that's been split apart. So that's you, the soul, having that experience. 100.
Exactly. All right. So again, the only way you're going to get the experience of self-realization, nirvana, oneness, spiritual ascension, and enlightenment is at the soul level. Okay. What is the spiritual meaning of ego? Shit, I'm almost afraid to read this. I already didn't head to, let's see what they say. When spiritual societies talk about ego, they often mean a physiological framework for one's viewpoint. It is a person's lens through which they view the world, shaping the reality that they see. Okay, interesting. Shout out to Sis Divinity. She gave an analogy, and she gave this analogy years ago. And when we were just talking about ego recently, she brought up this analogy again. And, she had got from her at her true authentic soul level, got that when you wake up from your quote, quote, sleep state, she literally said, what your eyes are seeing is the movie. She literally said, lights, camera, action.
100.
Okay. So when you open them eyes, when you haven't done death of ego,
or that shadow work,
you're looking at this matrix through the movie script. That's why you're so involved in the movie script. and why you are going through the rigmarole to play this character of the ego. Okay. But when you've transformed from the caterpillar to the butterfly, when you open your eyes and it's lights, camera, action, you have 3 eyes. Okay. You have that spiritual higher self, third eye. And then you have the other 2 eyes. And that third eye, whatever the other 2 eyes are seeing, that third eye is going to give you what's really going on. And it will even override what the quote, quote, typical physical eyes will see. That's the difference.
That's the power you have within.
That's the difference with living with ego, living through ego, and living through authentic self. Okay. Conclusion. The sense of self or individuality can be summed up as ego, a complex concept. I don't even want to read no more. They fucking up at this point. It is what we use to define who we are. This sense of self can be very strong and protective, but it can also prevent people from living their lives to the fullest. Okay, so let me just irradiate. Yeah, I'm gonna have to reword this so y'all can get it, because it's not up to my likings. Okay. Okay, I guess he didn't do too bad, because he said the sense of self or individuality can be summed up as the ego.
Put something on it, Auntie. Put something on it.
I was just going to say the ego sense of self. Okay, the ego sense of self or individuality. The ego is complex.
Yeah.
Your soul isn't. It is what most have been using to define who they are. Okay? So that character.
Yeah. On the board.
That ego character. That ego self can be strong and protective. Okay? And it will prevent you from operating at your higher consciousness self, at that soul level. Okay? That's why, in order to ascend spiritually, to remember, because you don't have to get to anything, you already are oneness. That's why the ego has to die. Okay? And when that ego death occurs, again, you're transcending. All right? So in other words, you have the self-realization, that nirvana, and you know that you're one.
Fact.
Okay? And that's what spiritual ascension is. Okay? So, but if you're willing to take a risk and explore the uncharted territory, you might discover that an ego death experience is the only thing that can truly satisfy you. And again,
it's addicting.
Ego can never get enough. It needs to be fed.
Like a parasite.
As you are feeding your ego, you are starving your soul.
That's one.
Okay. All right, fam. I done kept y'all all late. My bad, etc., etc. We finna wind on down. So let me look at the board again. Let me see. We'll wind down. Nephew, you have any last words for the family?
Well, just adding to what we've already been talking about, that soul journey that you're going through is very important to this overall paradigm that we're in. So you look to yourself. You don't need to, how can I say, have familiarity or have the same experience as your neighbor per se. So being that you may have a friend that's doing this, that doesn't need to be you. And again, you need to check the friends you have, to show me the 5 people around you, and I'll show you who you are. So if you're not constantly upgrading or maintaining a higher perspective or higher energy, you're hanging around low vibration people, that's who is running your life. That's who the ego is trying to maintain its environment. But if you do the shadow work, you'll realize you're going to be in a position that you're alone a lot. You're in self-reflection. You're always isolated. But depending on where you are in your journey, you don't see that as a problem. In fact, that's where you get your best inspiration from. That's where you get your best thoughts from, when you're by yourself. So realistically, it's that cocoon stage that defines the moment, because in that cocoon stage, you would think, if you're an ego, you're thinking you're about to die. Meaning, if I isolate myself from these friends, I'm going to die. If I don't buy this latest gadget, I'm going to die. That's the ego talking. But if you don't buy that, then you free up your time. Most people, they use their time is exchanged for what we call money, but they're only needing money for these gadgets or things. So if you're about ego, then you need all these things. So thus you're going to be working your ass off to get them. But if you're about self, you realize that half the things you have, you don't really need. And half the things you're working towards is not necessary. And if you were to put your focus on the physical, on the, let's say, for example, you have family. If you were to put more time towards your family rather than acquiring things to make your family happy, you'll get more out of this experience that we're physically happening. Because as you said, my child doesn't need the latest PlayStation. If I give them the box from the PlayStation, you'll happy with that. So if I didn't have to work my ass off to buy that PlayStation for whatever dollar value it is, I could have spent more time with my family. That would have grown. That means that, let's say the child would have had more time to not be susceptible to the social construct that we are today, because I would have taught them right or wrong. But if I'm at work, I'm working for that PlayStation, then they are susceptible to quote unquote society. So we have to check what we really need in life and what we really want in terms of ego, because that's what I've come to realize. Like, I'm now at a stage where I'm doing stuff for fun, but I don't need it. If I really sat down and say, okay, you know what, I'm going to spend all this time with my family, that's perfectly fine with me now. I don't need to go out and have that night out with the boys or do this or have this lavish car. No, that's ego talking. Yeah, I may listen to it and say, yeah, I like this pair of shoes, so I'm going to buy this pair of shoes, but I don't need 20 pairs of shoes.
Okay, so stop, nephew, because you like da 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 example, da 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 example, da 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 example. Stop.
All right.
We're gonna go just the last question. You said, I don't need to go out with the boys.
Don't need to go out with the boys.
Stop. What do you need to do next?
Tap into self. Find my happiness within who I am as an individual and just be there, because at that point in time, that's all that matters. because as you say, when you die, none of this you can take with you.
Stop. You gave me 17 other things. I just asked you one thing. And I'm doing this for a reason, because it's practice. It's practice. That's why I'm doing that. I ain't asked you all of that.
All right.
What did I ask you? Or what did you ask? And I said, stop.
No, this is the scenarios, what's going on with the boys.
Okay.
Exactly.
So that's the question. Stop. What's your next step?
You need to reflect on as you said, quiet the mind and ask myself, is that going to be the benefit for
you're giving the answer. Stop. You're going back into ego. I ain't asked you to give me the answer. I ain't asked you to give me the answer. Ego. I didn't ask for your participation.
What's happening?
I ain't asked for none of that. I just said, what was the question you asked yourself? And I said, stop.
Oh, God.
As I said, don't need to go with the boys. I need to reflect on self, because that's what's most important. If I quiet the mind, and if I
But you've already given the answer. So how you gonna say I'm quieting the mind and you just gave the answer? And this is a great discussion, by the way, because this is how the ego, this is how ingrained the ego is with us. You've already given the soul an ego answer.
Right.
So imagine I'm the soul and I'm like, well, motherfucker, what you stopping for? What you stopping and pausing for if you already gave me the motherfucking answer? And that ain't even the right. And this is the fucked up part about it. That ain't even the answer.
What is?
I don't know. That you have to have your soul give you the answer. I'm just giving you an example.
No, I feel it.
You see what I'm saying?
Sure.
Because we're all guilty of it. I'm guilty of it.
But is this moment that we have to reflect on that, as you said, the back and forth that we're going through? And that's what I do thank you for, is that we are looking at the fact that
absolutely. It's this is happening for a reason. And I'm only doing that, nephew, because that's something that I'm actively practicing.
We all are.
It's like, wait a minute. How am I giving the answer? I ain't even stopped. I said stop and reflect, and I done came with an answer.
Right?
Because the ego complicates shit. Then if I do this, and if I Pollyvoo friend save, let me do the motherfucking robot, let me pop lock, let me break dance, let me Harlem shake. And the soul like, bitch, I ain't goddamn it. That wasn't finna be my answer. Shit.
Stay still.
You didn't stay long enough for me to say, this is your answer.
Right.
You're going out with the boys to avoid something.
Correct.
You're avoiding family.
Fact.
Intimacy with your family. Interacting.
The moment.
You're doing that because it was something that you never got as a little one. And I'm just making this up, okay? I'm just making this up. I'm just giving an example. This is what an example of what the soul would give you.
Right.
Why did that even come into play? The ego's going to tell you, well, no, I need to do this because of this, because of that, because of this.
See where it came from.
Exactly. So that was very good. So what other last words you have for the family, nephew? That was good, though.
Other than that, I love you all. Thank you, family. Sis Nonia, I see you. Reflection, I see you. I love you. Auntie Rhonda, Auntie Sandra, Uncle Sean. Honestly, these
hey, brother Nua. You were rocking it, brother.
Yeah, he was going, boy. That's why I love him, boy. We hit on a lot of great stuff. Yeah.
No, I do thank all of you for this moment that we have to reflect on what we are, what we were, and what we are going towards, because that's what we're not given that time to quiet and think about what's going on. And honestly, it's moments like these that mean the most. Because again, we could be doing a whole lot, but all we need to do is these little things to move forward. So thank you all for that. And honestly, it's been amazing. It's still a journey, but since this far, I thank you for the journey that we have been going through, because it's reflecting on the little things. Like I see myself growing in so many different ways, because I'm like, I don't have to none of that. I don't want to do none of that.
Right. None of that shit.
None of that.
None of that shit. I ain't gonna do none of that shit.
Right. And it's all consent. I've seen it. It's so much in my in business where I'm like, hold on, I don't have consent to that. I'll hear the person cry about, oh, but no, I ain't doing that. No, I ain't doing that. I ain't doing this. I ain't doing that. And I realized, oh, I really do have all of that control.
Shit. Exactly.
They're waiting on me to consent to the contract. They're waiting on me to consent to this bullshit. And if I say no, they'll cry about it, but I have control of it. So it's like, exactly that, family. We have to take control. It's no longer tap into the ego, listen to the spirit, quiet the mind. And as Auntie just said, wait for the answer, because ego wants to overtalk the friggin' spirit anyway. So give thanks. And again, I got to get the replay for the future, the previous insight. But we're doing not society, we're doing ourselves justice, because we were told a lie. And it's only through conversations like this are we reflecting on what is really truthful in our lives, which is self.
Oh God, I hit the button.
Well, it's not to be selfish. Fuck that shit. It's about me. None of that. I good.
Right.
So love you. I'll see y'all next week.
All right. Love you too, nephew.
Mwah.
Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
We have so much to talk about. It was good. Oh, I mean, this was great. This is really opening the doors of soul and what is and what isn't. So, I know young people that I speak to, they keep making the same mistakes.
Take it off the young people now, and the young people.
No, I mean, no. I'm talking about the ones I know. The ones I know.
Be still.
The ones
Be still, Sis Sandra. Because this conversation was not on young people. That's ego.
And it is. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying
that's ego. That's your ego. It's not about young people.
No, it's not about young people, but you need to, never mind. Anyway, I enjoyed the evening, and I understand that we need to search our souls for the man in the mirror. I see a cartoon that it's very, he always looks in the mirror, and his figure talks back to him. That's Ziggy. And his self image in the mirror talks back to him all the time. And he gets his answers from the man in the mirror. And I've learned over the years as an older person to listen to my soul talk to me before I do anything, because that saves me a whole lot of problems. And I was saying, my friend, and I had a friend, and I just tell her, listen to yourself sometimes. Don't keep repeating the same thing, because she keeps beating herself up every time she does it. But we have to be conscious to what our inner voice is saying. And that's all I was trying to say. She's just young. And so that's why I say young people. Okay. But anyway, I enjoyed the lecture. I enjoyed the session. Brother Sean brought it. Brother Nuwa brought it. And I see Brother, what's his name? Our other brother. Yeah. He was on here. He didn't say anything, but he was here. And I've been texting. I mean, chatting in the chat all night. Right. So anyway, I'm kind of tired.
I can hear really it in your voice. You like,
Brother Scotty, I
understand.
I'm really tired.
Because we're in overtime for sure. I get it.
Yeah, and this is a heavy subject too.
It's heavy, and I didn't intend to do this tonight. I was gonna push it maybe either next week or the week after, but it needed to go this way. it needed to go this way. And I know this is a lot. I know it's deep, and we'll keep revisiting it, and we'll keep incorporating in the remaining of the series what's ego, what's soul, what's ego, what's soul. We'll keep reiterating that.
Yeah, it's really important. I like that analysis of the butterfly.
I love that.
That was beautiful.
Fire. That explains it.
Beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
1000% agree.
Too bad one of our people came in late. Maybe they'll listen to Antonia. Maybe they'll listen to the recording
replay.
again.
Yeah,
the replay and get it. Yeah, even I can't even get words anymore.
That's okay. You're tired. I get it. No worries. Thank you, sis. Thank you.
You're
welcome. All right, Brother
Thank you
Sean.
for what you find. You find that stuff and you bring it.
Well,
That's
that
really
ego
good.
stuff, child, that wasn't no fine. That's a fucking experience. Shit.
Well, we had those experiences, but I mean to bring the documentation about it.
Yeah, that article, it could have been better. Okay, that's my ego. But we got what we needed to get.
Yeah, we got what we needed, and we could take it away. And there was a lot of people commenting on, I'm really getting this. I'm learning this. And that's the point, right?
Yeah.
That people grow.
Absolutely.
Good night, family. I love the chat. I
night,
love to see what they have to say. Love it.
Good night, sis. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Well, true enough, we've all been told lies.
Yeah.
The fuckery in that is that we believed it.
Right.
We sit up and let people tell us differently than what we were already told at home.
That's fact.
If you're of a certain age, you grew up knowing certain things. The way that you moved and everything that you did was based upon that.
Right.
You have people tell us that this, that, or the other came from other people.
That's fine.
Thing is, we created everything. There's nothing that we don't have part of, whether it's good or bad.
Right.
Right.
Your Bible tells you God created good and evil.
Right.
And if you're God or goddess that you claim to be,
exactly,
then you're responsible for the good and the evil.
That is correct.
The ego, doubt, fears. Your soul speaks in wholeness.
That's correct.
It's up to you which you choose to listen to. Everything is on you. Ain't no more blame. Shouldn't be.
Right.
Because you're participating in this. Everything is based upon your consent.
Yep.
You continue to play the game, so you get everything that is associated with the game. Once you learn to shut out things, let things go, that's when you open up a whole new world. It's when you open up a whole new perspective, a whole new mindset.
That's right.
If you know that you've been lied to your entire life, what are you holding on to?
Ego.
Damn.
Love your family.
Child,
wholeness and power.
Clutch pearls on that.
Appreciate the energy.
If you know you've been lied to your whole life, what are you holding on to? Let me get this explosion. Wow. All right, fam. That's it. Okay. I hope you got some value out of this. I would encourage you to go back through this when we start this discussion on ego, because it is heavy. It's a lot. And I encourage you to do supplemental research on ego as well, to help you on your journey. So I do want to thank my co-host and hostess. So thank you, Sis Sandra. Much appreciated. Thanks, sis. Saw you chopping it up with the chat tonight. Thank you, nephew Nuwa. You did a great job with your analogies. That butterfly one. That's everything right there. Okay. Thank you, Brother Sean, for bringing so much wisdom. Okay. And sharing your experience as well. Truly, truly, truly appreciate it.
Right.
So thank you, YouTube family in the chat. Okay. Couldn't see everything that was going on, but you all did a great job from what I could see and comment on. So good for you. And then thank you for the family that's watching. Okay. I know we're hour and a half over tonight. So if you took your energy, i.e. time, to sit 5 hours, whatever the case may be, that says a lot about your particular journey. Okay. So, hopefully this is giving you some value to start really, really honoring the true you, which is your soul. Okay. Your soul conscious. So with that said, family, we fencing to be out of here. We'll be back next week. We'll pick up this discussion. So thank you all so much. Love you all very much. We are Truth Uncompromised. We will be back next week. So peace and love, fam.
We love y'all.